Put two beating hearts together, stitch the seams and pull the levers. Strange desires, sparks and wires. I sign the dotted line and tethered yours to mine. No anesthetic for hearts electric. Parts start to decay when just your shadow half remains. The operation had complications, and the part of you that died I'll carry all my life. Lovers slowly decomposing, so it goes. Could have been paradise, could have had diamond eyes that held so tight that I lost her. It could have been fireflies, but that fire died, dead and gone. I was wrong, love's a call. I'm a monster.
Monsters. Monsters. Monsters.
Hope lingers on after the one you love is gone. Thought I smelled your ghost in my winter coat, and our love became a void, another echo in the noise that can't erase what we became. It could have been paradise, could have been you and I played the fool, you played the martyr. We could have been fireflies, but some fires die. I meant no harm, we were both wrong. Moving on. I'm a monster.
Monsters. Monsters. Monsters.
You and me stuck on the ocean now, nothing but waves and they're spilling in. I wanna dry up, but you just keep on going, don't you? I don't even know how we got here, all my reasoning have disappeared. I wanna bury the hatchet and find the way back to our home, our home, our home. We don't have to drift inside this dome. I will not let us fade away. It's not a price I wanna pay, and it's not too late. No, we lost our purpose, chasing all that surplus. You were all that I need. I feel that we can break free. We can still go back there to a place with no cares. We can turn this ship around. We can turn this ship around all the way back home. Chasing all that we do not have, chasing all that we don't have, chasing all that we do not have, all the way back home. Chasing all that we do not have, chasing all that we don't have, chasing all that we do not have, Yesterday we could be ourselves, didn't have much but nevertheless we were true to each other. But now we don't even bother. I remember you being hopeful, but the tall waves have worn us down, and slowly we are drowning. That's why you need to come with me, with me, with me. Turn around 180 degrees. and cross the sea. I will not let us fade away. It's not a price I wanna pay, and it's not too late. No, we lost our purpose, chasing all that surplus. You were all that I need. I feel that we can break free. We can still go back there to a place with no cares. We can turn this ship around. We can turn this ship around all the way back home. Chasing all that we do not care. Chasing all that we don't have. Chasing all that we do not care. We do not all the way back home. Chasing all that we do not care. Chasing all that we don't have. Chasing all that we do not care. We do not. I always knew we could do so many great things. So believe in me, I believe in you, and I just feel that this will be an upswing. So hear me out. No, we lost our purpose, chasing all that surplus. You were all that I need. I feel that we can break free. We can still go back there to a place with no cares. We can turn this ship around. We can turn this ship around all the way back home. Chasing all that we do not care. Chasing all that we don't want. Chasing all that we do not care. We do not all the way back home. Chasing all that we do not care. Chasing all that we don't want. Chasing all that we do not care. All the way back home.
Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by. Someone save me for I pass out. I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this page. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by. Someone save me for I pass out. I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's
Hello, chatto. My face cam isn't frozen. I tried to do this as a test earlier and it was, so that would have been embarrassing now, wouldn't it? Hello, everybody. It's Thursday. It's 11 a.m. I've had a run. Imagine that. Hello, everybody. How are we today? Oh, yes, the boat is gone. Very, very sadly. Longface. Is that Longface in the future part? I mean, Longface, it may as well be at this point. Yeah. So, yes, the boat is gone, sadly. End up signing the player on loan. No, we haven't actually gone that yet. Oh, M's coming at the perfect time with some coffee. Hello. Oh, perfect. Where's my M button? It's the perfect time for it. How are we doing, everybody? Hope you're all well this morning. We
went for a run.
Yeah, MK with me. We did a couples run chat. Does that count as a date? I don't know.
Because we're cute.
We are very cute, I'm going to say. Well, this is the thing, Polybius. We didn't get a choice on what we got for the boat. I actually can't remember the amount. I think it was... Does anyone remember exactly? I think it was like 9 million up front, rising to like 12. But I didn't negotiate this. The board basically screwed us, essentially, is the best way to describe it. I thought that I had pulled something out of the bag. Turned out I had not. Let me just turn this down a touch. Hopefully that works. It might be too much, actually, now. That'll do. Oh, dear. Look for players with the surname Ferry. I know there used to be a guy that played for Pompey called Simon Ferry. So that's the only player I currently know with the name Ferry, but he's unlikely to be in the database. But we'll have a look anyway. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Not only did we get have to get the money taken away from us, but we also only got £1 million in transfer budget, which was just meaningless at this point. Exactly. It wouldn't be the same. And the thing is, the reason the board did it, as Valgeir slams us in front inside a minute, which is terrific, is at Peterhead. Ah, that sucks. 40% of profit too, which is like with selling him to Spurs. My guess is that either he'll leave on a free in about 3 seasons because he won't play, or they'll sell him for like £10 million in a couple of seasons and we'll get no money for it. So no, we didn't cold player. Not yet, anyway, because the window isn't opened yet. Did I already put this song in? Oh, well, we'll listen to it again. It's a banger. So yeah, we've got a list of players essentially that we're looking at for the left wing spot. The reason we didn't go and sign any of them straight away was because Sharp BR with the 3-month resub.
How are you doing, Matt?
I am terrific, mate. How are you this morning, my friend? As we hopefully don't concede to Solbakken in here. We always seem to lose goals to Dino Islamovic. The man is just a beast. What can I say? It's those Fulham roots he's got in there somewhere. But yes, we've got a list of... Hello, Em. What are you looking for? Yes, we've got a list of players that... Hey, AD. That we're looking at. But because our window doesn't open until the 1st, we couldn't sign anyone anyway. So it didn't seem prudent of us to just jump at the first player we saw because we had time to look for one. So we'll be able to get someone today, hopefully. Hey, Robinho. Just got your stream deck. Nice. How's that going, setting that up? Mine was actually fairly straightforward to set up. I was surprised at how easy it was, to be honest. Portsmouth your striker. Let's have a gander. Is that tea or coffee? Always coffee, Misha. I'm not a really... I used to like tea, but I just kind of went off it when I discovered that... Oh, my God. That's a player. Got that. I mean, to be fair, he's only 21, so he could work on his finishing, but damn, he goo. Hello, Viking. Hello, Roki. And yes, we have finally changed the follower notifications. We have random ones now. See if anyone can guess where they're from. Hackex, thank you for the follow, man. Yeah, I mean, what size did you get, Sharp? I think he started at 10, so he's done all right. What age did you get him at, or did he come through your youth academy? Because he's still going quite nicely. A little bit of finishing training on there, and you're right in. This is not good. Right. We started off so well. Moments in, we were already in front, and then we bubbled it up. We're pumping. Oh, okay. Bit of fist pumping works, apparently. Rocky. But it's not Rocky, because there's an E. It's very important. Got him 19. Not too bad. You're not a true Brit if you drink coffee. Oh, we're gatekeeping Britishness. I mean, hey, drink what you like, friends. If you like tea, you like tea. If you like coffee, you like coffee. Oh, hello. Nilsson's in. I put Nilsson in today because we're missing a couple of... Well, we're missing left-sided players today, unfortunately. Good morning, Mekai. I hope I got your name right, my friend. Oh. Regular ones. 15. It's right. It's the one I've got as well. Like 32. You can kind of get... Oh, go on. Valky's in again. Oh, go on. Oh, you bastard. Oh. Hey, Bento. Hey, Juan. Found a drinking things from a martini glass. Damn right. I'd drink coffee from a martini glass if it came to it. Failed to find a decent left winger. Well, to be fair, the window's not even... Oh, wow. Lovely stuff from Ovalar. We haven't actually... The window's technically not open yet, so we've got a list of players, but we wanted to wait until the window was open to give us more time. How is that offside? All right. Apparently it was. Will Ferry. Yeah, I mean, put it this way. I would drink tea, but I prefer the taste of coffee. That's just the way I look at it. There's a lot of there's a lot of, like, free agents. Ovalar, what a finish. That is just... Mwah. Ooh. 21-year-old striker. Let's crack on. 6-4. Nice. Oh, wait. That's for his country. Hell. Whoa. 21. Hang on. How can he have 56 cap? 55 caps for Germany at the age of 21. When did he get his first capo in? That is filth. Red Bull over coffee and tea. I don't know. I find that... I mean, to be fair, some would say this... Like, it depends. Like, this coffee, I don't think has got a super large amount of caffeine in it. Whereas, say, when I have, like, a coffee from Costa or something, I really notice the difference. 17, that's insane. That's a lot of caps, but then I suppose Germany do play quite a lot of fixtures. They do be playing games. Lassie is struggling and play well. I mean, blame the board for that. They're the ones that sold our left winger. Screw it. We'll sort these both out. Where's... Oh, we don't have Pierce anymore, do we? Hang on, did I just not press that button? Wait. Did he want to try and... Oh, I see what happened there. Right, that was dumb. Bearing in mind, we've still got bids on the table for a couple of our boys too, which isn't ideal. And Ovalar still hasn't signed that new contract yet. Best player in the world. Yeah. 55 caps. Okay, well, semantics. Like, at this point, does it matter? You just like... Are you a bit like me, Robinho? A bit of a hoarder. I'm just like, ooh, another like shiny new player to get. And then like 2 years later, you've got like 30 players in your squad that haven't seen the light of day in 2 years. Lapsan Souchon. I've never tried it, personally, and I'd like to. I'm always up for experimenting with stuff like that, as Ovalar completes his... Not hat-trick. Oh, he had the one disallowed, didn't he? The terrible youth and tape player. Which terrible youth and tape player? Oh, Red Bush Tea. Wisdom of the day there from Holofab. 10 wonderkids. Oh, you mean like 10 strikers that are all considered wonderkids by the media? Hey, one of them is bound to come good, isn't it? That's the way it works, right? That's how I play the game anyway. I do the old blind squirrel approach. If I start, it's the sort of scattergun. Throw shit at the wall. One of them's bound to stick. Oh dear. For a German centre back. Damn. Oh, and he's fast. Well, I love me a fast centre back. Highly underrated. Yes, I find that too. If you actually look at my Bolton side, so, ooh, that's a poor finish. You'll find that there's loads of like players there that I brought in to just sort of see what happened, and they've all sort of ended up in the first team squad. And I kind of need to rearrange that because it looks ridiculous when I'm scrolling down trying to find people to put in the team. Yeah, I don't know. Like I just like a nice coffee. This is bear in mind, this is not just coffee. This is vanilla latte. So you know, come on now. Man and woman can live together. Where do you live, Mandar? Turn it to Freddie Adu. Oh, poor Freddie Adu. He could have been so much. So we're still only 4 points clear at the top of the league, despite winning 15 out of 16. What a run! That is bougie AF. Indeed it is, Mr. Bang Bang. Not quite as bougie as a Golf GCSE, though, gotta say. Amsterdam. Oh, really? Have you been to Club Vandersex by any chance? This is not just coffee, this is M&S coffee. Oh, no, mate. This is Costa coffee. Literally. The machine... Yay! I just saw it at the top of the screen, my friends. Club Vandersex is from a movie, man. That... Ooh, God, look, hang on. We're not... We have a... Rob... Whoa! Rob Mack with the 5 gifted... Thank you, Rob. Bloody hell. To Smithy, Slater, bang average, Quick Coffee-isk. There you go, coffee in the name, love it. And Nick Paul, wow, thank you so much, Rob. That's amazing. Let's get some presents coming down for Rob. Vanilla latte from home. Because basically, Misha, Tassimo do these coffee machines that you can... I got it for like 30 quid on Amazon a couple of years ago, right? And they sell Costa coffee pods that are like the exact same stuff. And you can get one that's vanilla latte, you can get one that's caramel latte. It's amazing. So no, the second leg is about to happen. Youth intake is February, basically. 14 straight wins. Wow. And yet we're already 4 points clear. That's insane. Rob, thank you so much, man. You absolute legend. Did Polybius Oh yeah, it's not showing up in my feed. I'm sorry about that, Polybius. It wasn't Twitch Prime on mobile by any chance, was it? That's the one that usually causes problems, sadly. Just go for a walk outside. Also watch mental health. Yes, so speaking of that, I did a interview/draft thing with Mr. Diz on Sunday night. Came out yesterday. I personally think it was a good conversation just because of the stuff we talked about. Stuff I don't normally have a chance to get into a lot of the time on stream sometimes. So I feel like that's really weird, Polybius. I don't know why it's not showing up. But yeah, it's worth checking out, I'd say, if you're interested in, firstly, where the hell I disappeared to for 2 years. Because we talked about that in quite a lot of depth. But most importantly, Fernando Ovalar has signed a new contract at at Tromsø. Got there in the end, mate. Got there in the end. Just watched to see the Club Banda sex. Oh, God. Yeah, I agree, Owen. The sound was a little low. But hey, it's all data in it. Next time, just knock the sound up. It's all good. But I really enjoyed it. I think Mr. Diz is actually a very, very good interviewer. Em's got a link for you there. It's very, very good. Not because of me. I mean that I feel like he's just a very good interviewer. Like, legitimately. He'd clearly done his research and was asking quite pointed and interesting questions to get stuff out of me. And I thought it was actually a really good, genuinely good interview. So there we go. Fernando Ovalar is here, obviously. And not only that, so his contract's been extended by 3 years with a 1-year extension on it as well. Don't forget, you're here forever. I was amazed at how little money he wanted. Like, we genuinely were like, what? It's still worth $1 million a year, to be fair. So fair play, lad. Lingber's got a new deal as well, as has Kitolano. The reason for these two getting new deals was because they were up at the end of the season, and I was a bit concerned that we might lose... we'd lose too many players that count as homegrown, and we can't really afford to do that yet. So that was the reason I signed them up for a little bit. They don't have to play or anything, but I just need them here anyway. He was like, Claw from the... He was a bit. Was that you that commented that, Paul? Oh, dear. Trying to find a way... Hey, no, Rob. I mean, I think there's a link under the stream or something. I don't really know. I need to sort that out. But regardless, mate, that's extremely generous of you. Thank you so much. You're all legends. Oh, a left winger from Chile. Hello, my friend. Oh, actually, we've got money, haven't we? Passing, good. Potentially. Off the ball, perhaps. He's interesting. That's all I can say. He's interesting. It's the first one I've seen that come up like, but you know, these two, as we've been looking at Canada for ages. Not really what we're looking for right now. Edison, he's 25 and he'd cost quite a lot of money. Well, I mean, it's not that he would cost a lot of money. It's so much more that he would demand quite high wages, I suspect. Then again, we can actually offer that currently. Oh, what happened to Sivertson? Oh, nothing. Nothing. Oh, I thought his name was Lucas Kitten. That would have been sick. Right. Rob Bear, we've obviously already been looking at for ages. The work rate is bad. Even if it's on the high end, it's not going to be great. I briefly visited the Netherlands, Mandar, in the sense that I was on a bus, a school coach trip, or rather, a school trip in Belgium, and we took a wrong turn and ended up in the Netherlands briefly. So that's as close as I've come. Hey, Pascal. In the end, it was 9 million rising to 12, Henning. So, like, it's good money, but the board only gave us $1 million of it anyway. So we basically saw none of the deal, which meant that we weren't able to find a like-for-like replacement, as far as I could say. What about... Who do we... Oh, yeah, no. I don't know why we had him on trial. I've forgotten. So Porto are back in for Diop, but it doesn't matter, because as far as I remember, he's already told us he doesn't care. Or was that the other one? No, that was Asari, wasn't it? Hello, Victor. I said about... Oh, wow. But what are his other attributes like, Ando? Like, that sounds great, but you do need him to have some other stuff too. But that's a very good young Chilean there, I gotta say. Dobrich. Yeah, but remember, we're in Season 5, Simone. So the chances of, like, Wonder Kids still being available is basically slim to none. And I kind of want to not sign them anyway. Wrong turn, wrong country. Literally. No, this is exactly what happened. I couldn't believe it. Because... So, that, yeah, I have been to the Netherlands, but for, like, 5 minutes. So, there you go. I'd love to see more of the world, to be honest. Capybara. So, basically, the Capybara thing, as PSG continue to offer more for Isaac, but he doesn't care now. On my last series, we had an intro song that says, hold your gun, cut the wire. But it's a bit... Hi, Lundborg. Thank you very much for the follow, my friend. I hope you're having a lovely morning. And, someone misheard the lyrics and thought it said hold your gun capybara, which everyone in the comments thought was tremendously funny, because it was. And as a result, I started using it as a sign-off on all of my YouTube videos, just as a joke. And then it just sort of became a thing, and now it's our sub badges and all that sort of jazz. 2 players from Cape Verde. Nicely done. Oh, if he's free, then by all means, get on there. Paris offers for Rosari. Yeah, but like... Unless they offer me moon money, we don't want to lose yet another player that we won't be able to replace. That's the problem. I can't think about it, Em. I have them on maximum, and I'm going to have to re-render them with higher volume on them or something. Best Wonder Kids, go on. The world's okayest streamer. Exactly. One day I'll lose that title, but for now I'll take it. Oh, well, nice to see you anyway, Rom. I hope you're keeping well. 5-4 in the night. Oh, no. Happens to the best of us. My most heartbreaking one is either the Albania one in the game that we weren't even playing, or that time again. Robinho98, thank you very much for the follow, mate. 4-star potential Indonesian. Nice. I found an Indian Wonder Kid on my Bolton save, who I'm still tempted to bring in, despite the fact that he is not really useful to what I'm doing, just because he's probably the best Indian player I've ever seen on FM. Martin with the 3-month Twitch Prime. Thank you so much, man. Hope you're well this morning, my friend. Oh, how's it going, Scott? Hold on for the win. Oh, that's fine. Oh, it's 5-4 to you. That's fine. I thought you'd lost it 5-4. That's all right then. Right. So, second leg against Warszawa. The Ballon d'Or winner from Liechtenstein. Oh, this is I love, like, those of you that might be a bit new to my streams, I love this stuff. I love obscure through the academy. So, are you managing a Liechtensteiner team, or was he just through your academy but happened to be from Liechtenstein as well? Morning, F5 Fun. I love obscure nationalities on players, particularly when they're really good. That's why it was so cool to see that Indian lad. Particularly as he genned in South Korea, which is what made it even stranger and more enjoyable for me. I think that's probably the only reason, actually, that he was any good is because of the fact that he genned at one of the big South Korean sides, so he had that advantage. Morning, Dale. Live in a 1700. I don't know. Where would be the best place to visit in Holland? Chat. Those of you that are my Dutchies, and I know there's a lot of you because we have a very large Dutch contingent in here, and I'm here for that. Hello, Smithy. Oh, Guinea-Bissau, yes. San Marino Wonder Kids. I find you tend to see way more Andorran Wonder Kids than San Marino. I'm guessing it's because you have Andorra or FC Andorra who play in the Spanish league, so technically they get like Spanish. I think they get like the Spanish youth rating, so they get a bit of an advantage there potentially. Lesotho, oh, that'd be sick. Almir, of course you would say that, Danny. Bloody hell. Simone, hopefully I'm saying your name right, with the 245 bits. Thanks for the company, man, of every series so far. Oh, thank you, man. That's amazing. I do need to sort out TTS for the bits. I think there's a button to press for that, so I will try and sort that out. That's extremely kind of you, man. Hope you're well this morning. Stop making me cry. Honestly, so many people reached out to me in the Twitter DMs after that Bolton video I did the other day, and after my interview with Diz. It was actually really, really heartwarming, and I'm always heartwarmed by you lot, but like it was.
I am familiar with over 600 dance moves, and I am programmed to get freaky.
Thank you for the follow, Desi. But yeah, I was amazed that the number of people that reached out to that. Desi, no. Hang on, what class was it, Desi? We can try and teach you it yourself. We'll do it for you. We will be the class. Enschede. Okay. Interesting. His real name is Henrique Araujo. So if you do want to sign him, I would highly recommend it, because he's legitimately very good. The best place in the Netherlands is Belgium. Ooh, that Benelux banter coming through. A Tromso mode, let's crack it. I am programmed to get freaky. Damn right. Chemistry class. Okay, cool. Right. Chat, what do we know about chemistry? So yes, I decided to change up our Christmas notifications for subs, for follows, and replaced it. Andreas, thank you for the follow, man. Replaced it with quotes from Eurotrip, because why the fuck not at this point, Chatto? That was perfect timing. Oh, I enjoyed that a lot. That was the perfect time to follow us, Andrea. Thank you, man. Hope you're well. Alkaline, there we go. The chemistry tips are dropping, boys. Player from Micronesia, really? Couldn't keep hold of the Belgian file. Oh, God. Oh, no, we're fine. I don't know why I'm even worried. We're 6-0 up, Matt. Let's just chill. Can't build straight roads. Oh, yeah, you're right. They've got that weird... I watched a Wendover Productions video about that government issue in Belgium. I don't know. I've only ever been to the Belgian red light district. I know I've mentioned this before, but I went on a school trip to Belgium. The same trip, actually, as it happens. And they booked our hotel inside the red light district in Brussels. So, yeah. I didn't, as I was probably trying not to be sick, not because I hate the Netherlands, but because I got really travel sick back then, and I've sort of weirdly got over that as I got older, but it's probably just because I very rarely ever passage anymore. I'm more of a driver, but I used to get horrendously bad on, like, coaches and stuff. Ovelar's in again, and he slams it home for 7-0 in aggregate. Lovely old job. Ooh. There you go. We're helping... This is what you come for, Desi, right? This is what you're here for. You're here for these tips. Chemistry, yeah, chemistry was my favorite of the 3 sciences that we did back at school. So we had separate classes for biology, chemistry, and physics, and chemistry was definitely my most favorite. And then physics was my least favorite. But as an adult, I far more enjoy physics stuff more now, and I think it really just comes down to the teachers you have for each of the classes, honestly. Who did the booking? One of the male teachers. I mean, there's a strong chance that that's correct, Ragnar, yes. Booked us a hotel in a very dodgy area of Cologne. Yeah, I must say, the hotel I stayed in Italy when I went on a school trip in the middle of Rome was also a bit dodge. Like, it's one of those, it was a building, kind of like a donut-shaped building, where it's square, but there's a big sort of hole in the middle, like a courtyard, and the hotel room windows looked out onto the inside of the hotel, but it was all outside, if that makes sense. And at the night, all you could hear was like stray cats shagging and fighting. That was all you could hear, and it was very, very loud indeed. And you had to have the windows open because, you know, it's Rome in the middle of the summer. So yeah, I've only ever been out of Europe once, and that was to America when I was a kid. Parents took me to Disney World or Disneyland. I can't remember which one. Yeah, it's weird that you just sort of get over that, Boris, but I suppose it's kind of like, you know, people that get seasick. I guess they just kind of get used to it over time, I suppose. I don't know if they're triggered by the same mechanisms. Biochem and physics. Yeah, I think most schools did them all as, like, separate things, although sometimes the GCSEs were handed out weirdly. But glad it were cats. I mean, I hope it was cats. I don't know for sure. I weren't down there, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, most people haven't. It's a long way to travel. Blaming the... Shush, it was the heat. All right, it was the heat. I'm blaming the heat. I love that we beat them 6-0 away from home, but we're only 1-0 up at home. The players are firmly on the Polish beach right now. Right, we'll still give them a bit of a G up, though. It's going good, Giammi. How are you, man? Yes. I found that the best teachers I had, or best like lecturers I had at uni, were all the ones that weren't academics. They were, because I mean, it depends on the subject, obviously. It was because I did a business and law degree, so the best business lecturers I had were the ones that were just guys that ran businesses and just happened to be doing some lecturing on the side, because they actually were providing real life examples of the things that they had done in businesses, and that stuff was far more interesting. There was a guy I used to be taught by who used to work for Apple, who was very, very interesting, but then he'd have another guy who'd never actually run a business in his life and was just talking about business theory, and it was the most dull 3 hours of my life. I think that sort of stuff, application and practical stuff, is far more important, but it does depend heavily on like the subject you're teaching, of course. Let's see. Probably leave it at that, actually, just for now. Hey, Dorian. Yeah, I suppose we might as well keep some fresh legs for the league. Yeah, we'll make one more sub. Who could we get off? Let's get... Actually, you know what? Since Ovelar's flagging a bit more than the neck, we'll get Dag on for a little bit. Because Ovelar, we got to, you know, rein him in a little bit. Equatorial Guinea. Oh, fucking hell. The fact that he's got... like a goal every other game for his country is nuts. Because I can't imagine the rest of the Guinea squad is particularly... sorry, the Equatorial Guinea squad is particularly stacked. So he's basically a one-man team at this point, isn't he? Oh, that's very nice of you, Coloured Indigo. Triple science. See, my school was just like... it was weird. So, well, it wasn't even that weird. It was just a long time ago. Then again, you're about the same age as I am, aren't you, Misha? So you're probably around about the same sort of school situation as me. Oh, Rizmo's in. Go on, Dag. Or don't. It's up to you, bud. Yeah, I suppose it's... I did get the occasional, like, I think with law, it was easier to have the more academical ones be slightly more interesting because the subject was a bit deeper, I guess. I don't know. But there was, I mean, the worst one was my EU law classes. They were dry as like crackers. It was horrible. But contract law was actually kind of interesting. And like practical law stuff was cool too. Well, that's exactly it. A friend of mine, who was it? I think he's had to do some teaching as part of his postdoc stuff. And it's just like, if you're not everyone's cut out to be a teacher. Like, a friend of mine was a teacher for a bit, and he quit because it was just completely untenable for him, basically. And he trained for so many years to be a teacher, and then just had to bin it because it just wasn't good for his mental health. Basically, teachers were left in a position where they had no power. Like, if the kid was underperforming, the parents were like, oh, why is this teacher not teaching my kid properly? It's never the kid's fault, ever. And he just got to the point where he was like, I can't do anything here. I have no power to actually make any changes, so I'm just going to bin it off. Oh, yeah, we've still got these two at the Olympics, haven't we? That's awesome, Robin. No, mate, like, I'm not casting aspersions on, like, teachers and lecturers, because I think they do an awesome job. And if you get the right ones, like, my passion for... I believe that as an adult, my passion for history comes from one teacher I had in secondary school. His name was Mr. Hesketh. And he was the best teacher I've ever had. The man had a passion for history, but he was engaging with the way that he talked about it. Because I feel sometimes passion doesn't always translate into good teacher. This guy was the best. He was so good, so engaging. He just... I mean, most people just love this guy, and I loved his lessons. It was fantastic. He's the reason I took a history A-level, basically. But unfortunately, when I got to A-level, only like a third of my classes were taught by him, and then I realized that actually, that's when I realized how good of a teacher he was, basically. Matthew and Chathew, love it. I love the Matt and Chat thing. I also love how, right, half the time when someone joins the chat, they always say, hi, Matt, Chat, and M. Even if M's not here, I love how much, like, ingrained she is within the stream. Yeah, well, I did business and law, Owen, so it was kind of like, if I was to... Ooh, stadium extension to be completed. So if I was... if I wanted to actually study to be a lawyer, like, properly, do, like, a full-on thing, I'd have to do a 2-year conversion course at the end of my degree when I did this, which means that it would have been very expensive, and I don't know if I would have possibly had to get a law firm to pay, and that would have been so difficult. So that wasn't really the plan. Plus, it doesn't matter because they screwed me anyway, so... Oh. Well, that's exactly it. Yeah, you're right. Specifics in that sort of stuff is important. I think it's one of those things where it's... The more specific you get, the better it is. But then if it gets too specific, it almost starts to come back the other way, I think, perhaps. Make bets on classes and horses. See, this is what I mean. Not everyone gets the best history teachers. There were some trashy history teachers at my school as well, though. Like, genuinely. When I first got there, the history teachers, the school was, like, the history department was run by two really, really elderly. I mean, we're talking, like, 70s. Like, late 70s. I don't know how they were even still teaching, but it was, like, run like a dictatorship kind of, you know. Those are very old school teachers. I'm not talking about old school now. I'm talking about old school in, like, the early noughties old school. So... yeah, the sort of... Viking will tell you all about it. Who was your history teacher, Viking? Did you never have Hesketh? Matem and Chatham. That's it. Use the Barbra Streisand song for the Gustav Streit. That is amazing. See, that's the kind of content I'm here for. Right, so our stadium has now been expanded. I'm still concerned that it's just shy of what we need in order to play our home games in the Champions League. Although, to be fair, we don't get to find out until later, do we? Because it's only up until, like, the last round or something that it becomes an issue or something. Oh, dear. Training solicitor. Nice, Manu. Mum had a crush on him. Yeah, that seems like something she should keep to herself, don't you think? I don't believe so, Victor, but I don't really know. As I say, I don't know any teachers anymore. Like, I had some friends that used to do it, but they haven't done for, like, years and years and years, like 8-9 years now. Wasn't even qualified as a maths teacher. Yes, I loved that. At one point, for my entire second year of GCSEs, my English teacher was ill, which obviously nothing she can do about that. She was very, very ill. She did recover, thank God. I didn't like her. She was a bitch, but, you know, wouldn't want anything bad to happen to her. But for that entire period of course, my second year of GCSE English was completely substituted by non-English teachers. And by that, I don't mean that they didn't speak English. I mean that they weren't trained English teachers. It's funny how all the classes' grades dropped over that period, isn't it? Weird. Good morning on the counter. Mr. Almond. Oh, so what Viking's not mentioning is that this teacher of ours, I had him briefly. He used to like rub his arse on the radiator as he was talking, like really strangely. Some people know what uni I go to. I tend not to talk about what uni I go to in the same breath as talking about the way that they screwed me, because it's just, yeah. I mean, it's all like, I still have the documents about that, because just in case they ever do try to come back on that one, but... Oh, nice. What was in your youth intake, Ollie? On my lap for hours now. Yeah, it's weird how even though the cat doesn't move, your legs slowly just develop woolliness. It's like cats are magic like that. Really? Is it like a teacher thing then, Reese? Oh, I went to Anglia Ruskin. In Cambridge. So did Em. I went there... When Em went there, it was actually considered quite a good university. They'd gone up a lot in the rankings. When I went there, it was sort of much lower down, and obviously now it's back to there again. I went to Tromso University. This is true. I would love to have gone to Tromso University. I saw a bit of Tromso University when we were there on the bus. I mean, I say it looks like a cool place, but then where doesn't in Tromso? God, our strike force is just the only thing that keeps us alive these days, isn't it? We really do need to start looking at... now that the transfer window's open, after this match, we need to go and get ourselves a left winger. You live near there now. Nice. Yeah. Well, Cambridge-ish, Looney Hoon. I always say Cambridge just because it's nice and vague and easy. Like, about half an hour away. Ish. Depending on the traffic. Which, as you know, Cambridge can be a bastard for traffic. Right. Let's go and make it 15 wins out of 15 in the league. And bin everybody off. I just hope there's a patch for this game soon. I have suspicions that we might get one very, very soon, which is good. There are some good things about it, Connors, but, like, okay. Welsh team of the week, nice. So, essentially what happened was, I did a business and law degree. Midway through my second year, or the start of my second year, the university announced that they were cancelling the course. Or by that I mean they were discontinuing, no longer allowing new students to take that particular course path. But with that happening, they also removed the support network, i.e. the tutoring and stuff, for that course, leaving us all high and dry as part of our second year. Therefore, we kind of suffered, obviously, because we were then unable to go to any particular people for help. We had to then find people that would be willing to help us, which obviously was difficult as they all had other things to be doing, as we're losing to Starbeck, the only team that have beaten us this season. What then happened is towards the end of it, all of a sudden, random assignments kept appearing in like our portal the day of delivery that we would then fail because obviously we didn't know they existed, which conveniently brought our grades down to just below what we were needing to stay on the course. Now, and then this is the kicker. So I was kicked out of university as a result of this. Seems to me like they were trying to get rid of people from the course so that they didn't have to support it at all in the third year, but that's neither here nor there. What then happened is, during my third year, which didn't exist because I was kicked out of the university, they tried to charge me as if I was going to the university and tried to claim that I had been at university on dates that had yet to happen. Like, they provided a thing that said, oh, you were here on these dates. And I was like, that date hasn't happened. It's 3 months from now. So, yeah. And I have still got the emails from them where they say that shit. So, yeah. Went to the University of Life. That's the big one. I don't really know, Samuel. I tend not to concentrate too much on the viewer number, specifically. I'm more interested... I talked about this in the Diz thing. I'm more interested in just, like, how the chat's flowing. That's generally how I judge things. Yeah. Vikings are just... Oh, my God. We're actually going to... Well, not quite. Oh, dear. So it's in our DNA to say boo. Hey, I challenge you to a boat race, Dodie. Ball wanted me to reach the final of the first season. I love that. They're like, oh, you've done it now. We can track back. It's just not worth it, Misha. At the end of the day. Like, they're the ones with hundreds of millions of pounds in slush funds. It's just not worth it. Like, yes, but also no. Starback is literally our kryptonite. We've only lost one game in the league this year and won all the others, and it was to these mugs, and it looks like it may actually happen again. Still on the course for an undergrad course I passed 2 years ago. Yeah. It's weird, that, isn't it? Hey, big man. No, it's just, like I said, Victor, it's just one of those things where it was best to just kind of get on with it at that point. Because they also got into a lot of other trouble around that same time because they were there was like a limit on the number of foreign students, and by that I don't mean like foreign, i.e. I mean like foreign nationals that were coming over to go to the university, because they were able to charge them more because they was outside of the tuition fee system in the UK, and I believe they were fined heavily for that because they took on so many to the point where it was like 60% of some of the courses, and they were massively exceeding the numbers they were supposed to be, because obviously they were able to charge more for doing it, which again from a business standpoint makes a lot of sense, but they got in a lot of trouble for that as well. Wow, we are really playing badly today. Hey, Joryban. Well, we had a little search in the last stream. We haven't actually done anything on that one today just yet, but we're going to do it after the game now that the window's open, because we've got to find ourselves a left mid. Oh, big news. Lovely. Lost one. Yeah, exactly. They are... I mean, it's a racket, basically, isn't it? Ooh. Sandberg's having a dreadful day, although he's not the only one. So we're... Oh, why didn't... Oh, I should have started Odin. That's my fault. Even the strikers are struggling. Obviously, the fullbacks are struggling. No surprises there. Screw it. Let's get Sorensen on. He's about as good as him anyway. Yeah, go for it, big man. 4 weeks. Ouchie. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, Viking. It's like, if you were a girl, that would be like headline news. And rightly so. Check out this news. Hopefully we don't concede any more goals. Nice! Mate, that's it. I am chuffed for you, my man. That's awesome. Congratulations, mate. Ooh, hello. Come on. Let's at least stay unbeaten against not that. Oh, go on the neck, please. Oh, come on, man. No, we're cursed. We are actually cursed. Yeah, no, that's sick, man. Congrats, seriously. Have we even got any more subs left? Yeah, there's an assistant slot open.
Do not hate me. I am familiar with over 600 dance moves, and I am programmed to get freaky.
Castelord, thank you very much for the follow, my man. Hope you're having a lovely morning. We're about to lose our second game of the season to the same team, having won every other match. That is actually insane. Wow. I'm amazed. That's legitimately really strange. Although, less strange. But, so we have won 15 out of 17 games this season. Both of the defeats have come against the same team. Actually a mental. Still, 16 points clear of third. It's still looking like a good year. Even by our standards. Oh. I didn't know he had food poisoning. Right, Yannan update. Yannan's not having a good time at the World Cup. Not the World Cup. Oh, did Rosenborg lost? That's fine then. Do you often see that? I noticed this quite a lot on FM. It feels like when you lose a game, if you're in really good form, I often find the teams around you seem to do that, often do quite badly on those same match day weekends. I don't really have an opinion on it, Owen. It's not even worth me talking about it at this point, because what nothing I say has any effect on it, so I just kind of move on with my life, you know? Ledger expected to walk the league. I imagine so. Like, I mean, to be fair, I mean, we don't really know, but like, my guess is that they've won the league every single season. Yep. Although, Piast Gliwice actually won a season. That's pretty cool. Dazam with the Twitch Prime. Thank you very much, mate. Hope you're having a lovely morning. That's extremely nice of you. Legia, I find weirdly, when you're actually involved, like when the league is let sort of do by itself, right? I find that generally the same sort of stuff happens. Unless, of course, you're HJK Helsinki, in which case they get absolutely screwed, and that's something that's totally fine with me. But when you're actually in the league, you'll notice that the Norwegian league has been very varied so far. Like, since we've started this save, Bodder obviously won it the first season, which is matching real life, but then we won it, then Christiansen won it, and then we won it again. Like, that's really... Oh, right, hang on. Yeah, sorry, apologies for that. We've got loads of players, haven't we? Right, so players called Ferry. I mean, there's Will Ferry. I mean, there's a lot of players called Ferry. In fact, not a lot of players. There's Will Ferry, who obviously we're going to look up in a sec. But then we've also got Robert Ferry, who's a player at Cockhill. Arson Ferry. We've got Robert... We've got... Sorry, I'm a child. Ferry Direct as well, which is a first name too. I'm guessing it's like a Dutch name. And also Ferry Paulus here at Indonesia, I suppose. So there we go. And now to check on Gulliver's one. I've moved my player requesting inside my Twitch panels. So why am I typing Guillermo in as if that's going to help me find him? Just all the lads called Guillermo just piping up there. Right. Oh, dear. Are they related? Maybe so. Maybe. Hey, Yvonne. Yeah, there's probably regions in there too. Morning, Billion. Twitch Prime, Prime Gaming. At the end of the day, Prime Gaming sounds way worse to roll off the tongue than Twitch Prime. It's just so much easier to say. So it's one of those things where they can change the name, people will still keep saying it. It's like the new gen regen kind of situation, isn't it? Oh dear. Fairy Eric Nipples. Hey, Cheetah. It's almost afternoon, but not quite. And that's the key. So, yeah, this is Guillaume Montoya, who is a left back. Although, I mean, you know I love me a Benfica player, particularly one that's available for loan. That's my favourite type of Benfica player. You got him for free. What season was that, Gulliver? I'm guessing it was sort of... When is his contract expiring? It's always interesting to find out. Ah, no. Yeah, he's... maybe he's developed a bit more in this save. I do love, though, that we are second in this division here with 108 goal difference. 108! Like, statistically, we could end up on like 140 goal difference and not win the league. How many goals have Lillestrøm scored as well? Wow. We've scored 135 goals in 29 games. We are averaging over 4 goals a game. And that's not bad, really, when you think about it. Oh, dear. Third season. Ah, yeah. Yeah, Prime Gaming sounds terrible. It's a strange rebrand. He joined Reading. Oh, God. Yeah, I was in Disney's stream for a bit early, but I had to step off. Oh, well, we've got 21... No, it's not Twitch Prime anymore, apparently. I mean, it's Prime Gaming. It literally... To be fair, the reason I often say it is because in Streamlabs, it still says, has subscribed Prime. It doesn't say anything else, so I just go with Twitch Prime because, you know, it sounds better. What happened to the boat? Sadly, the boat has left, Dean. I say the boat has left. The boat was sold without my permission. Like, I went to the dock, and there was just nothing there. Just a sign that said, fuck you. Sadly. Yeah, it's just such a random thing, isn't it? Like, why change something like that? Like, I don't care either way, but it's just like one of those strange things at Twitch. It's kind of like moving deck chairs. It's just like, we'll just move this around a little bit. Nothing changes, but whatever. Dylan Ferry. Oh, so there is more ferries in the game. Maybe that's because, oh, we need to check out, we need to find some players for a start. The boat has sailed. He's now sinky, sinky, twat, twat, yes. And to be fair, he is now that because he refused to come back on loan. Spurs would let him, but he refused to come back. So therefore, he then went from being, it's not his fault to, yep, no, definitely his fault in my book. Yours is region. Oh, hang on, where's it gone? Oh, it's because, sorry, I didn't see what the date was, Owen. So that's with the Z-Gens, I'm guessing. Still, he good. He very good. Sounds like theft. It is, I know. Oh, dear. Right, I'm going to have a quick pee break because for some reason I need to have a pee really early today, which is a strange one. So I'll be back in a second, my friends, and then we can actually go and find ourselves a left winger because we very much need one. Our left-hand side is struggling, boys. Right, back in a sec, friends. Then we back. I don't know if you're still here, Polybius, but I think it was your idea, was it not, of our like running club thing that we tried to do. So we have actually now set that up as a thing because that some of us have decided to start running or were already running and have now taken me under their wing in order to do that as well. So yeah, that's a thing we now have. Because obviously we do. What Twitch streamer doesn't have a running club in this day and age? Right, okay, so let's go and find ourselves a left-sided player. Just get through all these notifications first, set this up. Midtjylland is not going to be an easy tie. They're a good side. Oh, we get the draw as well. Morning, Charlie. Right. Wait. Hang on. Oh, bugger. It must have gone on one day more than I was expecting. Oh, well, so, yeah, if we do get through against Midtjylland, we'll either play Dundalk or Shakhtar. Not ideal. Briefcase, yeah, exactly. And there was only $1 million in the briefcase, and it was sad times. Hey, lookers. Oh, Jamumi scored. And, wow. How are these two getting on? That was his only 2 assists. Okay, cool. Well, at least he's playing, I suppose. What about Jamumi? He's getting some game time, but I'd like him to have a little bit more if I can. Yeah, I feel like it's probably going to be Shakhtar. Something tells me, if we can get through. I don't know if we'll quite get the same luck. Yeah, I mean, imagine if Dundalk actually beat them. That'd be sick. Right, let's have a look at the shortlist firstly. Because I want to see... Right, we have got players on this list now. So, obviously, he can go. So, there was the Romanian guy, who we still haven't got much information on, but I still don't think he's going to be fantastic. Although, it's hard to say. There's also Francisco Alvarez, the Chilean, whose work rate is 8, which is not spectacular. Could be worked on, though, but there's definitely something there, maybe. But honestly, I'm still kind of tempted just to tide ourselves over for the rest of the season and get Nico Serrano on loan. Just because. United got Ndidi. That'll happen. Icy conditions and fell over twice. Ouchie. Yeah, it's cold here, but it's not like icy cold. Discovered not running and now yeah, like he's very good. It's just that it would cost us a fair amount, but I kind of just feel like I want to tide us over. Well, remember, this is only for loans, and as much as they do want the whole amount, this is the problem. I kind of feel like remember, we've got the cash to get the loan done for the rest of the season. Now, obviously, we'd have to cough up a shitload of cash here to make this work. Let me just see the exact amount it would cost. It was about 1.2 million, if I recall correctly, was how much they wanted last time in total. Ooh. Trying to get as close as possible. God damn it. Oh, so it would actually only cost 850k now, which for me is worth it just to get us through the rest of the season, particularly with the Champions League games. That way, in the winter transfer window, when we've actually got our full end of season budget, we can concentrate on really trying to sign someone rather than having a loanee that period. Because I do want to obviously have less loanees, but we've got a spare slot for a non-Norwegian player, and I'm kind of tempted to just put this bid in now. I'll put a termination clause in, or rather remove it, so that technically we could terminate if we wanted to. I'm going to just do that, I think, for now. We'll see. He might say no, remember. You never know. But I've seen people send me, like, alright, I guess. Back you come, then. If it's really what you want. 5 years. Was that when you were in the army, though, Viking? Because I imagine you would have had to have been at a certain level of fitness. Haven't gained or lost weight in 2 years. Hey, sometimes that's fine, isn't it? You know? I have gained a lot of weight over the past... Like, I'm pretty certain my step count for the last couple of months has been negative. So just getting back into some fitness has been fun. I've missed running. It's nice for just clearing your head a little bit. Like, Em and I went out together today, so that was nice as well. Ooh, PSG are back in for Asare. I want to see how much they go for. Like, obviously, I have no intention of selling him at this point, but I'm kind of curious to see where they eventually go. If they come in with, like, a ludicrous bid, then we might have to actually start considering that. But for now, kind of happy with how it is. Every morning, Em gets up and she climbs up on the bed and looks out the big window to see if it's snowing. And every single day for about the last 2 weeks, she's then slumped back down in bed just with like this. No snow. And then she'll just go up in a ball. One day we'll get snow. Nicely done, Danny. Yeah, but it's one of those things where I was in the best shape of my life when pandemic started. Like, legitimately, I still wasn't super skinny, but I was in insane cardio shape. Like, I could run like nobody's business. I was setting personal bests all over the shop, right? And since then, it's just gone to shit. So I'm intending to get that back. Like, streaming's been great career-wise, but concentrating so much on this stuff has sort of prevented me from concentrating on that, and I'm now trying to find a balance again. Because, frankly, I just have to get up a bit earlier at the end of the day. I just need to stop being so bone idle, get up a bit earlier, go for a run before stream. Simple. Right, which is what I've started doing. Well, of course, you've got snow, Sopoma, you big Finnish wank. Oh, dear. February for snow. Okay, well, meteorologist Dean here has got some predictions for us. I suppose you could use trail shoes. I found that when it was really icy here, I just ran on my trail shoes. And that seemed to do a pretty good job. Or I just did like off-road running. With my trail shoes, obviously. If she was awake, could you get a coffee? To her ACL last year. Oh my god. Yeah, I couldn't imagine. Even though I've only done it like 2 days this week, and I just feel a lot better. I couldn't imagine not being able to. When I first started, I did it too much and got like shin splints, and I was worried that I was never going to be able to run properly again because I was worried it would just come back. But I changed my gait, changed my form, and it was fine after that. And touch wood, I've had no injuries since. But I can only imagine if I was like, yeah, it's not something I'd want to be able to choose to not do it rather than the other way around. Do exams anyway. Oh, good. Hang on. I thought they were doing like teacher assessments based on exams now. Well, it depends, really. Snow is as good as you want it. Like, snow is as good as the things you have to do that day. It's directly proportional. If you've got lots of shit to do that day, snow bad. If you've got nothing to do, snow good. There you go, yeah. You could be Dean Liveroo. It'd be fine. That's another thing, Viking. Yeah, I mean, like, at the end of the day, you don't want to make it worse. It's the same reason I don't do yoga, because I literally cannot, like, kneel down, like, just with, like, purely on my knees. And, wow, we are now losing 2 midgets. Oh, shit, this is quite important. Sorry, Kaba has... Okay, he's magic. That's not allowed. He's got ice skates on. Okay, that's concerning. We're a goal down. This is our first game back at home in the Champions League for a while now, I think. This is a worry for me. The tackle coming in there, but he's just trickled straight through, and now Midtjylland have the lead. We may have to settle for less than the Champions League this year if we don't get our act together here. This is concerning. Right. I'm not going to shove it straight on attacking just yet. After all, it is 2 legs, but I would like to turn this one into a win. Because I think Shakhtar in the next round would be very, very difficult. Anyway, Valgeir, square it, please. Ovala! Yes! Well, that took no time at all. Good stuff. Has to be on a static bike. To be fair, I lost like 3 stone just using an exercise bike, so it can be done. But it took they were long ass sessions, like sometimes 2-3 hours, but I would just play FIFA the time while I was doing it. Rip the underbets, indeed. Or in the lockdown tournament, I just didn't have the time to commit to it last time. I just feel like if they're going to do something like that, it needs to be more. Oh, the Nan now makes it 2-1. Go on, you Nan. Oh, I'm sorry, cold player. Jurgons in... Oh, in... Wait. What makes no sense? How do you play FIFA while riding a bike? Really, really easily. Just put the bike in front of the TV and use a wireless controller. I don't understand what's so difficult about that. I mean, it's a wireless controller, so, you know, you don't need you don't need to put your hands on a bike if it's a stationary bike. El Scandico living up to expectation. Well, that was a good... I mean, I was a bit worried at first, but we seem to have turned it one around. No, with the lockdown tournament, I felt like it needed to have a more concise set of rules as to how it was supposed to function, because it kind of felt like last time everyone got given their team and it was just like, you figure it out. And to me, that's not how you should run something like that. But hey, maybe they'll, you know, learn from it, make changes and make it better. And that's awesome. You know, I just didn't have time to be in it this time around. How do you control FIFA with a bike? That would be awesome. That'd be cool. So, like, the players run faster when you pedal. That'd be amazing. Oh, go on, Valgeir. Oh, that was tight. See, I tried, originally when I started doing that, I would watch episodes of Gossip Girl, I know, and ride the bike, but I just started to hate what I was watching, although it might just be because it was Gossip Girl. And I found FIFA was better for something like that, because it enabled you to sort of, it was a good distraction, in all honesty. It took a while to get used to. XOXO. I blame my sister for that. She was always like, oh, you should watch it. It'll be fine. It's right up your street. And I'm like, are you sure? Don't you throw shit? Hey, no. I say this as someone who watched like 3 seasons of it. Favorites? It's hard to say, big man, because with it being the final year of the car, I do kind of wonder who's going to be putting that much energy into things. I'll be interested to see how Bubba Wallace does in the 23, what sort of support they're going to get from JGR. Obviously, I hope my man Dibby does well. That's all I really care about, to be honest. I couldn't care less about all the rest of them. Gossip Girl, it was a show on the CW network in the States. Basically, think like teen drama kind of thing. And there's nothing wrong with that. Don't get me wrong. One of my favorite shows like that was a show called Greek, which was like on ABC Family or something, but it was a legit good show. Yeah, I watched F1. Not like to the same extent as NASCAR, but I have watched most of the season. Thanks to you lot, anyway. It's been good. I've enjoyed it. It's coming back. Is it really? Oh. I don't know why I'm acting surprised. I don't know why I'm acting excited about that. Was also weirdly prescient about people. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Oh, Ovalar's in again. Oh my god, we're 4-1 up at half-time. What the hell? I'm not a teen, so not for me. Well, you know, I read Harry Potter the other day, and I'm not a child, but not the other day, but like a few weeks ago. People enjoy what they enjoy, and I'm all right with that. I like F1. I've never really understood it before, but you lot sort of got me into it, and I now get it, and I'm glad. I think what I would say, big man, is with the number of road courses on the Cup Series schedule next year, I think Chase Elliott could legitimately win all of them. A gritty, horny reboot. Oh, God. What? Are we talking like Netflix-style stuff? Because I know the guy from Gossip Girl was in that show called You, wasn't he? Hello, Witty. I feel like now that Ricardo is at McLaren with Lando Norris, I think that's like cemented me as just liking McLaren. I think that's like the final piece of the puzzle for me there. How do we do this? Hey, I won't have any of that, Viking. They've got 7 road courses next season. Also, highly rated what Wombler said there. Touring cars is best cars. I'd say that my favorite one, it goes for me. Touring cars, NASCAR, F1, everything else. As far as motorsports go. But I like all 3 of them, really. But I love touring cars. I've loved touring cars for as long as I can remember. Ovalar hat-trick, yeah. Oh, HBO Max is basically the same thing, isn't it? Rally, never been a fan of Rally. I like Rally games, but I don't think I've been able to, like, watch it, you know? Oh, surely not. Oh, considering we fell behind really early in this game, it's all of a sudden turned very simple. Favorite touring car driver? Like, when I was a kid, I used to really like Matt Neal, but then as I grew up, I realised he was a bit of a bellend. Currently, over the last sort of 10 years, I'd say Matt Jackson, probably. Oh, the neck. Go on, son. Make it 5. Yes. Come on. James Thompson. So a mate of mine was like, James Thompson was his favourite touring car driver. So much so that when we were a kid, his parents arranged for James Thompson to like call him. And he had like an answer phone message from James Thompson that he would play every time we saw each other. It was so good. Oh. Yeah. Plato and Neil being dicks to each other is part of the fun of touring cars for me. That and Andy Neat ruin everyone's day. The ones that don't kill the fucking earth. Ooh, you're hard. Imagine naming yourself Plato. Well, to be fair, that is his surname. Imagine if that was his first name. This is Platon Jaso. Gabriella Tarquini, yes. I loved... Like, I have all the, like, you know, you could buy, like, the review videos. So I had a load of those from the 90s. I had... You could get them downloaded from Duke really, really cheap as Ovalar. Oh, what a stop! Never been a fan of horse racing. Plato Chips. MotoGP, not really. It was his second name. It is Jason Plato. You're right. I wonder where that came. Maybe he's just related to the Greek dude. For all we know. How would we know? No, I don't know. Touring cars was just so fun to me because Hamilton was a silver spoon boy. Didn't his... I'm pretty certain Hamilton came from, like... He's one of the few racing drivers that came from, like, quite a... Like, a not rich background. Most of them tend to have that kind of thing because it's one of the prerequisites most of the time, isn't it? In most sports. Because you either have to have money or enormous sponsors. Right. Because Hamilton used to... The track he started off at isn't that far from me. It was Rye Park, I think, wasn't it? Oh, the Volvos, yes. Rickard Rydell, Gianni Morbidelli, those were the days. Particularly the first season when they brought those Volvo estates in and everyone's just like, you fucking what, mate? Good stuff. The bumper-to-bumper stuff, yeah. During the 90s and the Super Touring era, the BTCC was amazing. Then there was that weird lull period where they made it so expensive that they only had like 9 cars on the grid. And now it's back to being amazing again. So good. Oh, and his name could be Plato Socrates. That would be weird. Yeah, that's right. He's named after Alexander Hamilton. That's how it works. Yeah, so we beat 5-1, which, considering how that game started, is surprisingly good. I was worried for a second. They had us in the first bit, but things seem to have really gone on from there. Oh, yeah, I forgot that's a film now, isn't it? I always wanted to see the stage show just because, you know, I'm a man who doesn't mind a musical from time to time. Has to be the right musical, though. Like, I saw Mamma Mia in the cinema. I'm not going to lie. That's a thing that happened. Ooh. Right, okay, so if we get Serrano in, we'll be able to register him for the, not this round of the Champions League, sadly, but it'll be for the next one, which is probably when we're going to need him most, to be fair. What I'd say, though, right, Longface, despite his lack of average rating, because, again, they need to sort that, he actually is still providing an assist every other game, which isn't bad. I didn't mind it, Viking. I got dragged there by my ex-girlfriend at the time, but I was like, you know what? It's all right. I don't mind it. I like a bit of ABBA. What can... Oh. Well, that... Never mind that. Like, I've seen We Will Rock You a couple of times. That was fun. Yeah, that was Midtjylland. So that's not happening anymore, which is a shame. Oh, right. Something else I think we probably should do is actually just go and filter this properly. Using, right, so that's... Yeah, okay, so what I'm going to do is actually put a filter on this instead, so we can just narrow it down a little bit. Now, obviously, that will potentially exclude a couple of players. We've got to be careful. Knock that to, like, there, and then make it so that they don't have to meet every requirement. Oh, wait, no, wrong one. I want it to be, like, 8. That way we can kind of, yeah. We Will Rock You is fantastic. Yeah. What I would say, though, We Will Rock You, if you look at the story of We Will Rock You by itself, it is pure trash. Like, legitimately pure trash. They have very much gone, well, this loosely fits the things they're saying. Let's just crack on with it, my friend. The dank would drag me to the theatre. To be fair, I once got taken to a classical music concert when I was a kid because my dad thought it would be like, I don't know. I actually don't know. To be fair, it wasn't that bad. It was a woman with a harpsichord and it was sick. Right. So these guys all, in theory, we're on contract here, obviously, so that's not really that important. But what we want is attacking. Oh, dear. Based... Yes, I mean, that's literally how they all work. Drag racing, I've never watched it, like, particularly, so I don't really have an opinion on it as such. But I guess they kind of have to. Like, with band-based musicals, it's not like the band wrote that in mind. Now, if a band did a concept album that followed a story, and they made that into, like, a musical, then I think that would actually probably work better. But, hey, most of those have been very successful. I'd watch drag queen racing. That would be something quite fantastic, actually. That sounds amazing. I'd much rather watch that than normal drag racing. That'd be sick. Right. Okay, so this is going to hopefully narrow it down a little bit for us. So we already looked at Owen Blanco. Anybody else? What about this guy? Dolchek. 24. 13 pace. Oh, wait, hang on a minute. Have I got it filtered on... No, I don't. Okay, good. So I thought I had... It says that, even though it isn't. Wait, is it still filtered? No, we're fine. I think it must have just been the original search when I set it up. Oh. That would be... I mean, I don't even like My Chemical Romance, Boris, but that sounds interesting, you know? The RuPaul Indy 500. Oh, that'd be so cool. Right. Yeah, this is definitely not filtering by regens or anything, is it? Like that weird... I think it just says that. Right, okay. What about this guy? He just lacks that speed. We already looked at him before. Yeah, Mamma Mia was ABBA. Overrated pop band. One of the greatest pop bands of all time. How dare you? At the end of the day, you like what you like, don't you? John Yeboah. He rings a bell. Oh, I swear we've looked at John Yeboah before. His name rings a bell. Oh, lovely. I hadn't thought about segues, but yeah, fair play. That's as close as we're going to get, I think. Right, so we know more about these guys, obviously, because let me just sort by here. Yeah, we don't know that much, although Francisco Alvarez is the Chilean dude, isn't he? Like, he could be one day, but we kind of need someone for now. What about dribblers? The thing is, some of these guys potentially could have amazing crossing as well. We just don't know enough about them at the moment. That's the problem. I don't like this, because that's why people listen. Like, every time I see drag racing, it's because of the crashes, and that's like, I guess, obviously is very, very rare, but unfortunately, I suppose it's one of the things that make headlines. I guess it's the same with things like NASCAR and F1 in many ways. Like, F1 made huge headlines with that horrible accident at, was it Bahrain? And the same with NASCAR had that, the Ryan Newman crash. Ben Clargo, thank you for the follow, man. Right. It's just so hard to find someone who meets any of our criteria here. Although he's quite quick. Hang on. I swear we looked at him before. I could have sworn I was already scouting him as it goes. Oh, dear. Because the main thing I'm interested in is crossing and dribbling. If they're quick, then excellent. If they're not, then eh. We already looked at Dolchek. He could be... oh, Joaquin. A guy called Joaquin. That's always a good sign. Oh, it's literally... It's that Joaquin. Drag race goes okay. It's not... I thought that was how it was said. I thought it was Bahrain. I don't know. I swear I just heard them say that on the broadcast, so I was just like, oh, that must be it then. Brian Brobby. He's that guy. Viking is the guy that stood up in front of the screen going, well, actually... Well, not Brobbery, Matt. What are you talking about? There's been a Brobbery. Oh, I think we've looked at Brobby before. I mean, it looks like he's probably going to develop into quite some player. End of the day. Yeah, he's... like... I mean, he's still playing for Ajax, I suppose, so there's that. Mr. Brobby. Yeah, I mean, he has... I mean, oh, was that for... Oh, that was young Ajax. Sorry, you're right. Yeah, I didn't even see that. Oh, right, Scott. Sorry. I can never tell. I'm so used to being critiqued on my pronunciations of things. Oh, true. Yeah, he's another Joaquin. You're right. He'd be like 20 at the start of this save, wouldn't he? Oh, my God. We are struggling a little bit here. Just to find anyone that kind of... Peter Bieu. He's interesting. Hood Gaming UK, thank you for the follow, man. And Harry Cotton as well, thank you for the follow. There'll be a notification of that in a minute, I expect. We just have to wait for it. God knows what it will choose this time. Fiona! It chose the same one twice in a row. Oh, fair enough. Thank you for the follow, Harry. There's 11 of them, and it's like, no, we'll have the same one twice in a row. Cheers. Yeah, we're still looking at left wingers. Oh, see you later, Viking. You up for games later, mate? Ooh, he's got 3 names. A Zoom call. Ooh. Enjoy. Yeah, I've got to say, I'm kind of leaning with you on this one, AJ. When did you... No, those aren't my quotes. They're all from Eurotrip. I absolutely love that emote setup there with M with the guns. Martin Gracia. I've got to be careful and do it. Oh. Apparently not, Kitchen. Okay, that's weird. He's like... It's just his speed. And the price. I'm concerned that he'd want a lot of money. But it's paying out as normal. That's good, right? I'm just want to be clear. That's good. So we can... He is very good, actually, in a lot of areas. It's just the speed. And I do wonder if that might not matter. Yeah, they seem to stick around in the comparisons for ages. I'm pretty certain that Nora Ingebrigtsen isn't here either. No, he plays for fucking Odds. Cristiano Ronaldo. He's that youth kid from Madeira, isn't he? Nice one. Oh, that's awesome, Colin Indigo. I'm glad for you, man. I'm kind of tempted just to... Maybe we could loan him. It is an old scout report. True. How old was it? Wait, hang on. Let's find out. How can you see? Is it on the actual reports thing here? You're right. That was last September. It's nearly been a year. We could try and loan him, though. What? Yeah, I'll just give you $500,000 a month. Oh, well, thank you, Hood. That's nice, man. I saw your tweet about it, too. That's really kind of you, mate. We've only got Norway switched on. Currently. But we've got the database set up where we get regens from the other leagues, hopefully. Yeah, that's probably not going to be a... Yeah, I'm concerned. The thing is, though, right, based on that, my issue here is that, like... Let's just, Wait, whoa, what am I doing? Oh, yeah, then remove, yeah. I just want to see. So they'd want, like, 2.8 million. Would be absolutely cheaper to buy the guy. Yeah. I just... Like, we can afford... Obviously, we'd be able to get it down cheaper than that. We can afford him, but it's a question of whether I want to. That's the thing. He's very slow for a winger. He does have excellent other attributes. My concern is that I don't want to sign a guy like this now, because he would require some reasonable wages as well, and then be stuck with him when perhaps in the winter we might be able to find ourselves a better player and then not be able to get him into the squad because we'd have Eseza here. That's the issue. I think our best bet might just be to loan someone now if we can find someone. Instead of just turn the transfer one off and just go for loanees for a bit. And see if there's anyone that stands out. Oh, it's filtering. Unsure, perhaps. Might just filter it, so. I think we're going to have to loan someone. Yeah. I think just loan someone for the rest of the season if we can. I might just filter by value for a bit. I know that's not always the best idea, but it might just get us a bit closer. See if we can find someone. Hey, Dan! Like, he is good. He just... If he had pace, he would be unbelievable. Just use the players we have, but we don't have a left winger. So we kind of haven't got the choice in that one. Like, we do need to get someone. We've got an old guy that's a left-back playing left side, and we've got a right-sided winger playing on the left-hand side. We kind of have to find someone for the role. Even if it's just to tide us over for a bit. Mika Schroes. Gladbach. I think... Good pace. I don't know. I don't know if they'd let us loan him. It's certainly a more reasonable fee. Oh, no, we tried to actually do the deal, Witty, but he rejected the loan spell, basically, which is one of the problems you often forget about. I don't think we filtered it at the time by... Although maybe we did. I don't know. I don't think we had it actually filtered at that point by, like, players who would be willing to join us. Like, he would probably come. I mean, maybe we just don't know, actually, to be fair. Since he wasn't on our list, we just don't know if he'd actually join us. That's the problem. What's that? Maro... What's the guy's name? Oh, he's right there. You're right. Sorry, what am I talking about? He is on this list, which means he probably would come. Maro Jr. Brazilian. He's at least slightly quicker. He's pretty good. But my concern is that 126 million. Jesus Christ. My concern is that with him, he's probably... Actually, I would say he's probably a starter, but he's not. He's only played 7 times for them. I want to see how much they'd want. He's on about the same kind of money as the other guy. Yeah, see, they want more cash. Serrano again. What did we offer him last time? Did we even get the chance to offer him anything? Oh, you're right. Yeah, he would be a star player, wouldn't he? And that's the same setup as before. It would cost us 850k, but I feel like for a player like him, he is legitimately outrageous. Let's try it with a star player position. We've got time. They've accepted. We knew that. Ooh, oh. I get excited when I see televised and then it's like 18k and it's like, alright, whatever. Like, because he can't play in the Champions League for us yet. Giovanni Lascar, thank you for the follow. That's 3 times in a row it's chosen the same follower notification. Thank you for the follow, man. Man City. What? Huh? Do they know something we don't? He is on a full-time deal, right? No. Right. I mean, just gonna get this guy on. I mean, if City are interested in this guy, I am very much just gonna make sure that we keep him. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure that we don't sell him straight away. He does have good potential, I suppose, but I'm not gonna lose him anytime soon if we can avoid it, really. Particularly as he's English, which means that they might come back in for him later when he's like worth a lot more money. Or we could loan him out to English side so they can use him in their like squads. Since he's English, and we've got to be careful because obviously, then again, he's not going to get a Norway cap anytime soon. But what I might do is dump one of these in here and just see. There we go. Fine. Fine by me. Oh, this isn't even like a... There you go. 80 million. Yeah, I didn't think so. Imagine if they said yes. That would have been amazing. They're just like, fine, 80 million, you've got me. Like, maybe he could be amazing. I always find it interesting, though, when big clubs come circling for players that you're a little bit on the fence about. That being said, the more I look at him, he actually isn't that bad. Like, considering he's 16 years old, he's got good physicals for, like, acceleration and pace and agility. His technicals aren't actually bad for someone that young. Work rate's a little bit on the low, but he's pretty good, to be fair. I've come to like him a lot more now that City are interested. It's weird that, isn't it? Yeah, I'm like, please, James, go. He's like, no, I'm here for first team football, bruv. Well, that's what I mean, Yawn. Like, usually I look at that as a big sign that there's something good in there. But remember, Witty, he's 16. He could get there, and that's why I'm... It makes you think, perhaps, that he has really, really high PA, and maybe my scouts and coaches are just undervaluing him at the moment because they're not the best. Yeah, the board give us $1 million while they build a brand new boat. Oh, Vaughn with the pro play. Serrano's in, boys. I've had a great time, FM Fanatic. How was your festive period? Sounds like you had an interesting one. Usually, the thing is with that Pixel Pennant, I find that if I've got a big club circling for one of my players, there's usually a reason because they know something that I don't, because they generally have better scouts than me. Whether or not it's to do with the squad building or not, I often find that big club interest in my players is usually like a kind of an idea of like, okay, there's probably something to this guy. Right. So, which means we do have to now unregister Asare again, which is sad for him, of course, but nevertheless, I do feel kind of bad for the lad, to be fair. Asare will get, oh, wait, hang on, no. What we're talking about? No, we could just register him. What we're talking about? Because we sold someone else, didn't we? Where is he? Is this the champion? No, wait, where? Hang on. Oh, he's on international duty. Right, okay, cool. Right, there we go. That's fine. I almost unregistered Asari when I didn't need to then. It's because I forgot that he was a straight swap for the boat, wasn't he? And there was someone else that we got rid of or something. Right, that should be fine. Right, so that's good. Even if it's only for like half a season and we're paying through the nose for it, I'm hoping it can be a success. Oh, yeah, the homegrown guys. Yes, that's why. Haller to Ajax. Ooh. Speedy ham. Oh, dear. Right, thank you for that, Vaughn. That was a great shout. That's just made our lives so much easier. Because now we can take our time. And, oh, Shadana's suspended. Which is... Oh, he's in international duty, isn't he? Yeah. God, this left-hand side is still really in dire need of an upgrade, but we'll do that in the winter. I'm so used to saying the summer when it comes to things like that, but it's all about the winter here. The Wang... No, I'll swap those two over. Let Diop play in there. Getting Diop to be... Yeah, Diop and Ovalar now count as homegrown, and Ovalar signing that new contracts. No, Vaughn just knows things. Vaughn remembers things that either I'm just completely forgetting, because the problem is, like, I know this just sounds stupid, but, like, when you're streaming, when you're trying to talk all the time, it's hard to think and talk at the same time, so I miss things that I would normally not miss when I'm just playing without streaming, if that makes sense. The neck. Where is the neck? Oh, hang on. My assistant did that shit again, didn't he? Right. What on earth? So strange when he does that. Like, he'll rest the neck out completely at random, despite the despite him having no... Okay, he does have a high risk of injury. That might be making slightly more sense, but... We kind of got to keep... The problem is, our gap at the top of the league is not large enough to the point where we can actually afford to rest players in the way that I was hoping. The gap to everyone else is fine. But... Yeah, he keeps trying to put the net... it's weird, actually, how Sandberg, despite being only ever played in this role, has not lost any of his, like, adaptability to play this role. Because, you know, over time, if you play a player and you retrain them, it tends to be, like, they lose familiarity here. He just hasn't, which is, I think, part of the problem. When he starts to lose that and he's more natural back here, although, let's face it, the guy is an absolute beast. I'm amazed that he's only got 6 under 21 caps, if I'm honest. The aim in the save is to make Norway the best country as far as coefficient, so make the Norwegian league the best league in Europe. So not just by building us up, but by building the other Norwegian teams up as well, but not by actually controlling them, by helping them and enabling them in some way. That's the way we're supposed to do it, essentially. So... Yeah, no, I just left... I tend to, with loan spells, just leave it at whatever they want, but obviously, they're not really that bothered, I suppose. No, we've not got round to helping other teams yet, because we... Like I always said before, it's like, the plane's going down, put your oxygen mask on before those of your loved ones, you know? We're helping ourselves first, and once we've got to a stable position, then we can start passing down the wealth, so to speak. Although we are loaning a lot of players out to the other sides. So I guess you could say we are sort of helping them. Because there are other teams that we can't... Like, players that we can't fit in our squad and are very, very good for this level. We are loaning out to teams like Mulder, who are also in Europe, who are struggling dramatically, I've just noticed. No. So at some point, there'll obviously have to be a point where we just kind of go, right, this clearly isn't going to happen, and we'll move on. But that, for me, isn't anytime soon, you know? Because I do have plans for the next save. Oh, my God, what a hit. The next sort of plan is, after this save, whenever that finishes, we're going to do Outcast to Icons Africa edition, and that's going to be amazing. Yeah, call me. I'm the football manager version of Ronald Reagan. What can I say? First episode. Exactly. An okay first period. The real help will come when we can consistently qualify for the Champions League and get us to the point where we can get those extra Champions League spots. That's where things really start to ramp up, particularly when we can get ourselves 2 guaranteed group stage spots. That's when things start to take to the next level, because then it doesn't matter how bad they are, they're going to get into the group stages and get the money that comes along with it. Yeah, Africa edition. The face of Ovalar, because I don't have him in my face pack and I just haven't got round to it yet. But at some point he's going to need a face. Like, ooh, they like that, I guess. Yeah, we can really start the conveyor belt up once we are in a dominant position. God, we're only going to be 2 points clear of Rosenborg at this point. Yeah, it takes a long time. Like, Poland, I did, I think, 16 seasons in Poland, and we did get them to, like, 6th. And Poland was very relaxed about a lot of the different rules and stuff, so that kind of helped. Maybe. Like, the Norway manager thing is irrelevant because it doesn't help the league. So if we did, it wouldn't have any effect on the save. We would just do it for fun. So yes, I probably will at some point, but only because of interest reasons and not, like, because it would help the save in any way. I want to get attached. The man's clearly great. I'd love a drink him. That'd be terrific, my darling. I don't know why I said that. I sound like a cabbie. It takes a long time. We are going to have to go to attacking, aren't we? Jesus. Just give him a mannequin. Do you know what? I should give him the Louis Molden head. You know, that's the guy with the bag on his head. That was in my face pack for like 2 years after that. Right, looks like we're going to drop points here and somehow only be 2 points clear at the top of the league. So much for playing the first team. They've managed to get a 0-0 draw off of us with an XG of 0.03. But, oh no, Bibby was playing centre-back. For a second, I thought a fullback had got a good... Put in 90 minutes. Hey, had to be done, Rambo. I am nothing if not consistent. Consistently... you know? No, wait. Thrashy arms. Manager tantrum time. Let's crack on. Okay, so next game is Midtjylland. Serrano, we can't register until the next round of the Champions League anyway. And he's still... Oh, he's back from international duty, but yeah. International caps help players grow in experience. Oh, they do. But that still won't help the league, per se. Because unless they're producing players that are worthy of international caps, it's not going to help. And also, I'm not sure what you mean by experience, because experience isn't a measurable attribute on FM. So having the... having players getting experience doesn't actually matter that much. It matters perhaps in world reputation, perhaps. That's the only thing which could inflate their value, maybe. We're still second in this league with 109 goal difference. Which is nuts. Rizma worried. Oh, no, Dag. Yeah, we are in the Champions League. Well, for the moment, anyway. We're not actually into the group stages or anything yet, but we're in a good shot. We've just beat Midtjylland 5-1 in the home leg, and now we've got the away leg to come, but that's only the... third round, so there's one more round after that, and we'll probably end up playing Shakhtar. Likely. I mean, unless Dundalk do miracles, which you never know. Might happen. Hello. How's up? What, you look sad. Oh, her legs hurt. Chat, she's... Like, Dag is legitimately a very good striker. Like, to be fair, he's only really making bench appearances, so that's on me, because he's just... Our strikers just don't get injured. Cut to me immediately getting a striker injury. But, like, look, his anticipation is perhaps a little bit low, but he's legitimately a very good player for this role. You know? Star rating equals experience. I don't think that's true. Star rating has nothing to do with experience at all, as far as I know. What's up? You're sad. Why now? Oh, that's weird.
They don't get any plain home kits for women. I don't fucking want Elghazi on my back.
That is quite strange that Villa don't do home shirts for women unless you've got a name on the back.
Sorry.
No, I didn't hear what you said because I was talking.
Listen to me.
Listen to me, bitch.
Yeah, but they've got every single player now.
Yeah.
But no one that's just plain.
That's really strange.
But they've got the men's one.
Yeah.
Fuck you, man.
As far as I know, experience is not a measurable attribute on FN. Not in any meaningful way. The only thing that you could argue with experience is perhaps that an older player is generally likely to have better mentals on average than a younger player because they tend to develop with age. But that's about it, I would say. Don't come with a gambler. Oh, God, what did you do? Ooh, brave. 15? Hey, little by little you get there. To be fair, sometimes you get some outstanding young players with outrageous mentals. And sometimes it fools this into thinking the player's amazing. Like, you'll look at them and they've got, like, outrageous mentals, but the technicals are just not there. And sometimes, because obviously the game is just basing this off of that. I don't believe they do, Smithy, because I don't think the game considers the countries to have facilities, per se. I don't actually know about that. I've never really looked into that side of things. Oh, hang on. What was his name? Did I accidentally skip over someone again? This is why Vaughn's incredibly useful. He just stops me from doing silliness. Yeah, no, yeah, you're right. He does. Made a cup final against Malmo. Nice. Who are you managing? Just kick me out for high winnings. I can understand that, mate. If I'm Paddy Power, I don't want to have to be paying out 15 whole cards. Come on now. Vaughan is basically assistant manager. Rep. Yeah, I think the only thing you'd get from international appearances would be an increase in reputation, potentially, which could increase the value of the players. The main thing, though, that I find increases the value of the players, honestly, is when you make, like, number 6 on the coefficient list. Do you remember what happened in Bologna when we hit that button and all of a sudden all of our players jumped up by, like, 3 times their value? Oh, our Nana's doing well. How many players have we got on loan at Mulder? I swear we're, like, providing half of Mulder's squad. Oh, no, it's just 3 players, but it's 3 quite decent players, to be fair. And... Onana and Solberg are doing well. Well, allegedly, anyway. Oh, dear. Oh, Göteborg, nice. Are you fucking kidding me? What do they do? We don't even have debt now. I swear they've actually offered us literally more money up front. Right, we can protest it now. Right. What's up?
I ain't got my Crocs on.
Oh, no. So my question is this. Why is it that the form would affect us selling a player in any way? Like, why would that matter in their decision making? That doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, wow. So I'm using ones from RDF as well. They're available on FM Scout, but they're from RDF. Those are the ones I'm currently using, and they're pretty good. So, well, obviously we're not going to resign, but... Ah, dear. It means they trust you, I suppose, but they don't trust us enough to not then sell the player the next time they get a bid. So this time, what I'm going to do, though, is set his asking price really, really high. This, to me, is the opposite of... Because I know there's that thing you can do where you can, like, set it to 0, and but that, to me, is, like, too cheaty. This is us just setting his price really high. If they pay it, they pay it. Obviously, they won't. No, he's a regen devil. Because one of the issues we had before... I'm turning that off, by the way, because we're not loaning him out, was that certain things triggered us to end up having to... Yeah, why aren't PSG even interested? Unless that's just because they've bored of reconsidered it, I suppose. Yeah, exactly. It's like... Oh, yeah, does he have the extension? No, sadly not. Right, okay. The thing is, they'll end up doing something silly. And yes, I suppose you could say, oh, well, we should just load him out now. But I'd rather not, you know? It's scary good, isn't it? It's amazing. I guess, except he kind of hasn't. I mean, he's only started, like, less than half the matches that we played this season. The only reason he's really found game time was because, obviously, the boat was sold. Yeah, my ass man secretly working for PSG. Wouldn't be surprised in any way if that were true, to be honest. Right. Let's just see how this goes. Well, the thing is, he didn't want... Remember... Yeah, go for it, Manda. So, actually, you might be right about that. It's not the same as the other situation. Because with Asare, he... Oh, another coffee chat. Things are great here. With Asare, he already said he didn't want to leave. But my concern is now that because of that new interest... Okay. Obviously, these are going to be immediately removed. Well, I mean, that would be annoying as fuck to put in because we've already strengthened that part of the squad. And I understand his concerns there, but we've already done that. And my concern is that he would want us to do that immediately, and we're not going to. That's fine. Yeah, I think that's what it actually uses. I think Z talked about it in the video, didn't he? Computers are too advanced. They're taking over, chat. I'm actually an AI. Don't know if you're aware of this, which... You'd argue should mean I'd be better at this, but hey, it's just how it goes, I suppose. Right, let's get in, see how much he actually wants. Oh, good. Hang on a minute. Okay, just wanted to make sure. He is Ghanaian, but doesn't have any Ghana caps yet. Oh, yeah, no, I know what you mean. An AI that doesn't learn. That's me. I've got machine not learning. Nah, he's a right midfielder, but he can play there because he's got decent on both feet. It's very cool the way the system works. Okay, so I'm not actually going to put any clauses in here other than the current situation because I just want to see what he wants. Okay, that's not actually that awful considering how much money we've got in wage budget. That's one area of our squad where we've actually got an enormous amount of cash is wages. It's just... How much have we got on wage budget at the moment? Yeah, we literally got £32,000 a week spare in wage budget.
So I tell the swamp donkey to sack it before I give her a tonk in a tradesman's entrance and have a lick me yarbles.
Ryan, bro, thank you for the follow, man. Hope you're well this morning. Yeah, we'll put an extension if we can. We've got to be careful, though. I might just do a 1-year extension because... and just bump his wage a tiny bit. Yeah, this is... I love how they take out the clause but keep the money. It's like, you do realise that was the reason the money was put in there. You big bellend. Right, let's push that to 3.6. There we go, that'll do. FMV Tube. Oh, imagine that, yeah. The Streamer Showdown, but all the creators are AI bots. You never know. The Big Tom G. Thank you for the follow, man. They have to register someone. No, he's registered. He's one of the players that are registered. This thing here doesn't care if he's registered or not.
In winter, it can get very depressing.
Oh, Luke Edwards, thank you for the follow, man. Yeah, no, he's already registered. But this thing here shows up no matter what you do. Hammer fan as well with the follow. God, Streamlabs loves the Fiona one, doesn't it? Yeah, this part of the UI could do with a bit of work, I think. This shouldn't really be showing up when the player is already registered in the squad and it's a new contract, but maybe it's just to remind you. It's the same way that it tells you that players won't get a work permit when they will, because of the potential thing in Norway is a bit weird like that. I'll take that.
Here's a fun fact. Voltaire contracted syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
Portcore, thank you for the follow, man. Thank you for the sudden spell of followers, chat. That's very nice of you. And Greeny as well. And Xcovey as well. Wow, loads of follows.
I am familiar with over 600 dance moves and I am programmed to get freaky.
What happened to the neck? Oh, tight Achilles. We're fine, we're fine. But no, seriously, thank you for the sudden spell of followers. That's amazing, guys. Did you guys all come in at the same time? They were just like, nope, this guy signed a new contract. That's enough for me. Welcome, chat. Welcome. Yeah. I wonder if it... oh, good news. That's good news. I swear these arrows weren't like that before. I swear they weren't. Okay, I'm starting to get more and more excited about this chap now. One thing I am going to do, though, is get him working on, as much as I don't want to yet, but just making sure that he's confident back here. I'll take control of it. Once he's now green there, we'll turn that off and then get him... Team Baguetra, thank you for the follow, man. Yeah, his crossing's improved. Oh, you're right, it has, hasn't it? It was 10 before. Education plan for Twitch. I did not, but do enlighten me, Danny. How much do they want? Yeah, no. Hang on, did that say asking price? Hang on. Oh, 150 million in it. Right, I'm sorry. I actually need another P break, amazingly. It's going right through me today, friends. Tell me about Ben's education plan. I'll be back in a second. We can hopefully sort this out and get through some Champions League games. Let's crack on.
Didn't I wait for you? Didn't I say I'm sorry? Didn't I do the best I could? You have high expectations.
There we go. So do an hour less on different topics. That's cool. I would be terrible at the music one. I'll tell you what I can tell you, right? I suppose this is musically related. I could do an hour on facts about the early noughties garage band, Oxide and Neutrino. If anyone's up for that. You got the Ega Raposo. Nice. That is a cool idea. So to change the numbers, or to change the colors, you go to skin. Just type in skin, it's just easier. And you go into skin colors, and in here, you can set the colors manually to anything you like, and also the threshold too. So it's a cool idea. Particularly if you're in the lower leagues and you don't want, like, you need to lower them sometimes. You've been in a band, so that's enough. Cool. I'll tell you what I could do. I could just sit there and do Enrique Iglesias covers for an hour with an acoustic guitar and like an open shirt with a medallion. How about that? Thoughts? Oh, hey, Bone Idol. Had a pretty good Christmas, yeah. I mean, like, as always with this year, could be better, but at the end of the day, you kind of just got to take what you can get at this point, innit? And embrace what you can. Ooh, any surprise results going around? Sporting only 1-0 up against Hajduk. Slavia struggling to beat Sheriff Tiraspol. Okay. That's surprising. And Partizan struggling to get past Tbilisi. It's looking pretty nailed on that one, though, isn't it? Sadly. What did he designate to the others? I'm curious now. You break out the ukulele. Sadly, Duke, I do not own a ukulele. I used to have a mandolin. I think next qualifying round's pretty set, but we've got to be careful because they do still have that away goal. If we were to lose 4-0 here, it could just ruin my night. But, oh my god, my assistant, mate, he needs to get a bastard grip. Right. Oh, wait, no, the neck is actually injured this time, isn't he? But then, that's not an excuse to do that. We bring in Dag and give him his chance. Switch these two over. Obviously, Serrano can't be registered yet, so we're going to have to play Asare there. But at least he's getting some game time, I guess. That'll have to do. At least we've not got Bibby playing as a centre-back this time around. Wait, is Bibby on the team? To be fair, who's played better? Bibby at 7-2, Cordoba at 7-6. The only thing they have is the link, maybe. And I might actually get Bibby in for that reason alone. Didn't see you live somehow before. Oh, my goodness. Roy, how dare you? How are you doing, man? You lovely man. That's a great way to start things off. Ben was PSHE, Geography, Zealand History. Ooh. Jack Photoshop for sure. Tom Lincoln Facts. There you go. Tom could do Lincoln Facts. I can do Oxide and Neutrino Facts. Nailed it. His dad was doing woodwork. Hey, that sounds fun. How dare you give Zealand flags? That's the most insulting thing about it. I demand a recount. I never actually liked geography while I was at school, but like, I love me some Geography Now. Geography Now is easily one of my favorite YouTube channels. I love content like that presents it in a way that is accessible to everybody, regardless of your age. It's funny, it's engaging. Seems like a great bunch of people. Really, really rate that as a channel. Ben was the headmaster. Would he be like the demon headmaster? Perhaps. Did anyone watch that show as a kid? Just solving some minor issues with the draft split left foot. Oh, right, cool. I didn't mention that. That's awesome. What sort of issues were you having, Roy? Because Diz and I had some serious issues when we were trying to do a draft on Sunday night. you like geography. Name all the rocks. Sedimentary, igneous. I'm out of rocks, sadly. Have a nosebleed. Bloody hell, Owen. Hope you're alright, mate. I don't know. I would say get well soon, but that's a strange thing to say about a nosebleed. But nevertheless, I hope you feel alright in a bit, mate. It literally was, though, Vaughn. I had... Plus, the teachers at my school were shit about geography, you know? Oh, I see, Roy. I'll do a whole hour on why metalcore is a very good genre. How about that? Dwayne Johnson, this is true. Yep. They're all accounted for. Chris Rock, for sure. Hard Rock Cafe. Crack Rocks, you know, obviously. Can't go without that. Why do you think I'm so energetic all the time, chat? It's not the coffee. It's the Peruvian marching powder. It's not, I should stress. I'm just like this all the time. What a bastard header. Well, there you go. That's that goal drought done, and Dag Rizmo is the man. He's got goals for days, does Dag? I am a big fan of that for a header. Your Carlo Ancelotti. Ooh, which book's that? I've been wanting to... I think... Oh, there's probably only one book on Carlo Ancelotti, but I think I've actually heard about that book. read a football book in ages. That's a great header from Rizma. What a finish. On the bowels. Nah, mate. You can't tell me you went to a school in the UK and didn't snort refreshers at one point or another. It's just one of those things that happened. Have Midtjylland got a midfielder called Deer? I wonder how much he cost. I bet he was expensive. Oh, Sandberg's put it through. Ovalar's in. Can he make it 7-1 on aggregate? Yes, he can. And we are sailing through to the next round of the Champions League. This is good stuff from us. I think the group stage is very much on the cards. Refreshers, but okay, fair enough. Dib dabs, true. What was your favourite tuck shop snack? Like, we used to be able to get these iron brew bars in our one. That was, they were a sensation, but the refresher bars were pretty sick as well. We need to save it after the draft and reload it. Oh, really? Disney didn't have that problem, but it definitely is something that needs some work, I would say. XQC on Drugs 420 just hosted me with 340. What the hell? Thank you for the host, I guess. That's extremely large amount of people to just randomly host me. So chat, be careful. But thank you for the host, XQC on Drugs 420. That's bizarre. Oh, yes. Back of the net. Wham bars were good. Yeah, for sure. 3 more goals. What was the bet? Was it 4.5 and over again? Oh. A can of Dr. Pepper for 20p. Wow, that's really cheap. So what happened to ours was at about... in like year 7, there was a drinks machine. A can of Coke was like 50p. But then... sorry, I'm still very confused by that enormous host. My apologies, chat. That's remarkably large. Oh, is it a bot? Oh, okay, that's really weird. That's the first time that's ever happened to me. I was just very confused by that. So yeah, there we go. Moving on. So... yeah, so my mate, basically, he would buy like a multi-pack of cans of drink from Tesco's, and he would just stand by the lockers and be... oh, I see. Right, okay, well, I mean, just ignore it, obviously. When I saw that, I was worried that it might bring people with it trying to, like, spam the chat or something. So, you know, if it leaves us alone, then, you know, let's just move on from that. Twitch doing Twitch things, or, you know, random bots. Oh. Yeah, can you imagine that, Dan? There's no one in Times Square, of course. It's just me on a massive screen. No one needs to see my head that big. There's not enough testosterone in the world for that. Oh God, what's this for? Account created 28 minutes ago. It's already gone, as we've now got a 4th goal. It's 9-2. Hey, OJW? Were you in Dizzy's stream earlier, mate? I think because I was in Dizzy's stream for about 45 minutes earlier, just having a chat. What a guy. Seriously. Top lad. That is a lovely ball in for Valgeir. Nice to see you, OJ. Yeah, what were we even talking about? We were talking about bloody tuck shops. And, yes. Yeah, I don't think the away goal is going to be a problem. We are mugging them. I mean, this game should not be 4-1 to us, should it? Oh, no. Right. So what is it now? 9-2 on aggregate. We love a big win, don't we? For sure. No, legitimately, Roy. He actually is. He's a top bloke. I hadn't really had a proper chance to actually fully... oh, hello. Sorry. Go on, son. He's going to make me regret not selling him. It's the first time I'd actually spoken to Diz, like, properly, was on Sunday night. And it was so nice. He's a very good interviewer. He'd done a lot of research for the interview, like, genuinely. And it made it very, very easy to get me to talk about stuff. And it was fascinating. I would, honestly, if you're an FM creator and you happen to be maybe lurking in the stream for whatever reason right now, if Diz asks you to do an interview on his channel, go for it. It's the best one you'll ever do. Or certainly that I've ever done. So, blood receded. Good stuff. So yeah, what I was going to say is that my mate used to buy multi-packs cans of, like, drinks from Tesco's. And then he would just stand by the lockers near the drinks machine. And he'd sell them for, like, 40p. Undercut the drinks machine. Magnificent stuff. Perfect. Fill my bag with cans of pop. Yeah, exactly. See, the thing is, he could only, like, I don't know how much he was paying for them as part of the multi-pack, but he was selling them for 40p. Like, he was undercutting the drinks machine, so therefore there was no reason to use it. I don't know how much he was actually paying for them in the first place, but it didn't really matter at the end of the day, because my man was making profit. I rate that. Let's get Denver on for a little bit. And Bibby's having a good game again. I'm guessing he must have got an assist in there. I might get John Nairn on. That's how much we are, like, taking the piss out of Midtjylland here, that I'm going to get John Nairn on. Unironically. I know. He was an absolute fugitive, Witty. Ooh. As much as I'd like to bring Kent on, I think I've just done goofed on that one, my friends. Like, he did this for, like, a full year. I don't know if the school ever, like, shut him down or anything, or whether he just stopped doing it, but, like, it was great. Because then he sort of expanded, and he'd bring, like, sweets and stuff. Cans of Coke for £1. My lord, man. No, this was, like... This would have been sort of 2001, 2002, we're talking here. So, make of that what you will as... Whoa, what a save from Karlstrom. He almost dived past it there. 70p per can. Nicely done. Yeah, I don't know how much he was actually paying, or how... I don't know what his profit margins were. We didn't really go through his business plan at the time. I was 11. Oh. He was, he became an ambulance driver in the end. And I remember at my mate's stag do, we were in the pub, and he was telling me about this, like... Because when you've got a mate who's a paramedic or an ambulance driver, because I've not seen or spoken to him in years, but because he moved to America, one of the things that they get asked a lot is things like gory stories about things that they've seen on the job. And the one he told us was pretty fucking horrific, to be honest. He basically attended to the scene of an elderly person who'd been murdered by their carer with a claw hammer. And it was probably the most, like, disturbing shit I've probably ever heard, because it's, you know that it's completely legitimate, because he'd have no reason to lie to us. So that, like, put a real sort of disturbing note on the night that we were having, basically. So, yeah. So that's the thing that happened. Let's move swiftly on from that. What was his name? Mr. Aldi. No, actually, he was, Mr. Little. I don't know if you know him. Jamie Little. £1 per cigarette. I mean, yeah, back in the day, I suppose you could get away with that. Back when a pack of, like, 26 cost, like, £6. Cans of Fire. Oh, this is the thing. That's like next level stuff right there. Hacking the vending machine. Have we beaten them 5-1 in both games? Yeah, no worries, Roy. When were you thinking of doing this? Because... Oh. Well. It's 10-3. 10-3, good buddies. 2 books. Carlo Ancelotti's Quiet Leadership and Alex... for some reason, I thought that second one said Alex Ferguson's cooking book. Because I would love it if Big Ali Fergs put out a recipe book. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it if that was what the request was, Roy. I'm busy tonight, unfortunately, mate. It's hard to commit to things that take multiple days and stuff, because it is very... Oh my God, they played really well against us, and they're a bit unfortunate. 10-3, mate. Polybius with the 6-month resub. Thank you very much, man. The recipe for success. Exactly. Oops. I don't know why there's not more books called that. I imagine if you type that into Amazon, there'd just be tons. It is that. It's just that, like, my evenings... It sounds stupid. I like to just, like, spend time with Em in the evenings if I can a lot of the time. Although sometimes I play games with the boys. But because it's nice, you know. Well, I mean, feel free to ask around the chat, Roy. Like... The hairdryer and the Fergie Time special. Yep, and I bet you could cook a great pizza and then lob it at a player who's underperforming. Went to Macro. Macro. That's a thing I've not heard in ages. Do you remember Netto, chat? There was a shop called Netto. I don't know if it still exists or not, but I remember once my granddad, who, bless him, used to spend too much money in Netto because his pension was much larger than he really needed at the time. I'm not sure exactly on the reasons for that, but I think he just lived, like, quite well within his means for a long period of time. And he was like, oh, I bought you a guitar. Bear in mind that this is when I'm like 20, so I'm actually in a band at the time. And I'm like, oh, really? And I was like, oh God, he hasn't bought a guitar from Netto, has he? And he's like, yes. And he's like, no. The guy in the shop assures me it's a really good guitar. It's red. And I liked the idea, and it was incredibly sweet of him. Don't get me wrong. That he considered, and the shop assistant considered red to be a hallmark of quality for a guitar. And that's just like, yeah. I just enjoyed that. The most normal shop. There's not that many of them about. This one was in a place called Hoddesdon. That was where he used to go Netto. Your nan's jaded. I mean, to be fair, she needs to man up. Big Sam needs a cookbook. Oh my God, everything's just like, and now add more gravy. Right. So, we're playing Shakhtar. If we lose this round, we would go into the Europa League group stages, would we not? So we're in a good position right now. particularly as our finances are. Plus, this would be super important because if we were to not go through, like, we just need to get somewhere because we need to get the board off of my back as far as things like the finances go. If we could just get a lot of money in the bank, hopefully they'll like piss off and leave me alone. Does it not say oh, there's no loser prize money, is there? Because you go into the Europa League and then for getting there, I mean, you get like half, even if we just got into the Europa League, you'd get like $500,000 per win, and there's a good chance of us actually getting wins in that competition. So I don't know if it's the end of the world, but I mean, let's face it, you want to be in the Champions League, obviously. Scavenging Mike's Discord. What do you mean, Luke? Luke's the same person as Mike Roy, as we all know. You can't ask them both. How are they both supposed to be there at the same time?
Voltaire contracted syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
Jane, thank you very much for the follow, man. I don't think we'd be better off getting Europa because you do get an insane amount of money for the Champions League. But were we to get into the Europa League, it's certainly not... Oh. It's definitely not a bad thing. We're basically in a win-win position right now. I've got to register the second keeper because it doesn't like that. I don't have to register, I don't think, but it's probably best to do that anyway. So, Peter K's joke about no... Oh. Did Peter K do a joke? I remember Peter K. That was a long time ago. What's he up to these days? Bed rotation. Oh, afternoon, lazy. Will I be participant? I couldn't possibly speculate on that sort of thing, Manda. That sort of stuff will probably be announced whenever there's like announcements to be made about things like Showdown. Obviously, there is going to be another Showdown. Oh, that's a good shout. Yeah, well, this is the round when it starts to become a thing, isn't it? So we'll find out. Well, we're playing our home game here. Because I'm pretty certain last time it was this round where the...
Oh, yes, very soon. They are building it now.
Kroken with the follow. Thank you very much, mate. Hope you're well. Does it show the stadium? Minimum stadium seating capacity, 8,000. Okay, so that's fine. Is it the group stage where things change? No, I think we might actually be okay. We might actually be in a better position. Scottish title with a... Wow. Hey, if you're up in the title race, then you're obviously doing something right, Ando. Oh, Mulder about... Oh, my... Oh, look at this! Give me 400k, and we'll talk. Actually, that's fine. Oh. God, Mulder coming in clutch again. Did he say that, Scott? I always forget. I don't want to make the same mistake I did last time when I was streaming and then Ben DMs me on Discord going, do you want to announce the fact that you're on the next Showdown? And I immediately took that as, yeah, let's chat about it right now. And I just immediately announced it on stream. What he meant was, do you want to get in a call and announce it on both of our streams? So I was trying to not, it was not for future feet. Yeah, no, exactly. But at least it gives us something. Hopefully he'll perform well. Oh, is that real Nordic King? Okay, let's have a look at that then. I think we should be okay this time. Champions League. To be fair, some rounds of the Champions League will allow it anyway. I think it's... Well, actually, we can find out. Because if we go back to the rules and go to this round here, you'll see that you need less seating capacity in this round. It's only at this point where we struggled last time. So last time, once we got to this round, that's when we had to share a stadium with... was it Mulder? I can't remember. I'm an optional. They'll still be able to pay it. Maybe. Hopefully he'll do well. It's better than nothing. Trying to stop glass freezing as we click. What? I have to know what that means, Millard. I can't confirm anything, Garforth. That's a thing for the future. We'll just have to see what happens. And is this really happening again? No, wait. Rizma did well in the other game. There's no way I'm taking him out now. If anything, he's earned himself into the squad, basically. I am excited to see what Serrano can do. Like, he is legit. Look at these technicals. I know we're paying through the arse to get this deal done, but, like, come on, man. This is... I expect him to be magnificent for us. We are missing a few players here. I honestly think he could be the difference between us getting through in the Champions League and not. With him against Shakhtar for 2 legs, I think he could be the difference. Okay, fair enough. Oh, you're a window cleaner. Right. Of course you are. Sorry, I already knew that, Kev, because M designed your logo thing, didn't she? Won the last one? No, I definitely won the last one. I think. Unless there's been another one I wasn't invited to. Yeet McGeet. Great name. Thank you for the follow, man. Yes, that's the plan, Bone Idol. I want to try and see if we can win the Champions League with Bolton with that batshit system. We may have to make changes to the instructions to try to adjust things, but not having hard tackling on anyone. Just to try to reduce the number of cards. Like, it's one of those things where I want to have as little instructions as possible if I can. Nope, not number 12. If my I'll set it if my assistant wants me to. So say something pops up like here, then I'll pop it on. Yeah, everyone has some strange things. So I don't know why it says that when we're already doing that on every single player. Oh, good, it's a mean SAR. What a man. Individual player instructions. Not. I don't think so. Hang on, let's have a look. I don't think we do, or do we? I've forgotten. No, I don't think we do. I think it's just the defaults. We've really not... Like, we've got super lucky with this. I just dumped it in as like, okay, this is a starting point. We can kind of work from it. And then it's just kind of been successful. So I haven't really bothered, you know? I know. Oh, and I should be more on brand, really, shouldn't I? I should be going... I'm just going to go downstairs and 2 for M. She won't know what here. Just to stay on brand. Oh, I see, Tizzy. My bad. Thank you, Darren. Oh, I see, Tizzy. In that case, yes. So you all know that I'll be on it, obviously. If that's the case, and Ben's already said this, then yes. It's always just difficult to know what's been said out loud and what hasn't. Showdown's a great thing, just in general. 2-footing would be a straight red. Hey, that's me as well, Vorm. We know that. Second channel, boys. Need to do a couple of professional fouls. What? So sort of wait for her to run through on goal. That's been rumbled again. What have I done? Oh, shit. Yeah. The NDA. I've signed a lot of NDAs in my life. I actually have, actually. That's weird. Oh. No, like I said, I genuinely don't know. Like, 2 of us man drinks his coffee, yeah. What is this? So basically, the Streamer Showdown, for those of you that aren't aware, because we haven't done one since October, what it is essentially a giant game where 9 FM creators come together and there's a we do a fantasy draft, but then based on a certain topic. Now, I don't know what the rules would be, what they're planning. In the past, it's been things like, so you get a budget or there's certain rules about players and stuff like that. Then everyone picks their teams. But then what happens after that is they go into a league system of 9 opponents. So you play each of the other 8 guys. The bottom 2 go into a playoff. The winner is then included in the knockouts. And then the other 8 people, with that winner included, go into like a knockout thing on the Sunday to basically crown the winner. It's just a fun sort of FM competition. Maybe, Paul. I think that was one after we raided over to Ben's stream. I am currently still with Curse, Owen, just because the tax side of things that's handled by Curse is a bastard to figure out by myself without the stuff that they provide. So it's almost worth it, that alone, paying them a little bit of my income just so that they handle some of that stuff for me. What a save from Karlstrom. Good man. Well, I don't know. It's one of those things where they have to try to find a balance between fun and also what people will be interested in, you know? Someone plays Work the Space on an... I'd probably go with Tromsø if I was to be in it again, because that seems to be what's working for me at the moment. Like, I feel like Bolton's just not right. Are you serious? Oh my god. Bolton are right. Yeah, but I would like to do well. I don't think the Bolton tactic's that great, really. We've done all right with it, but it's not anywhere near as good as this one has. Like, this one got us 2 it got promoted and then won the league in the first attempt. I'd say it's slightly better. Although, having both of them wouldn't be the worst idea, just so that we can be like, throw that one out there and be like, ha. Plus, I think the Bolton one is much better against AI players, because I feel like a human player could very easily pick that one apart. Essentially. Oh. What, you want me to lose? God damn it, man. How dare you? Uh-oh. Are we about to lose another league game? Good save. Karlstrom's doing his best to keep us in this match, quite frankly, because no one else is doing anything at the moment. It's been depressingly poor. The thing is, Vaughn, that wouldn't actually give us much information, because it's not really about how it plays against the AI. I know that it's okay against the AI, because they won't exploit the gaps, but a human player would see that giant gap on the left-hand side and just dump the ball down there over and over. Saving Wigan from an administration. Yeah. Don't forget to eat and drink. Always very important to eat and drink. Never forget to do those things. Oh, here we go. Go on, Fernando. Get us back in this match. Yeah. Oh, nearly. He nearly did, I guess. That's something, right? Okay. I'm honestly more concerned about the Champions League coming up, but the fact is, with the way Rosenborg are playing this year, we can't really afford to drop too many points, otherwise they genuinely will get in front of us. And the last thing we need is to lose the league again. Hey, Ovalar with a lovely cheeky dink. No idea, Tizzy. It's one of those things that it'll be announced when it's announced, you know. But it's fun. Bacon party to start the day. To start the day? What time is it where you are, Joey? Thank you, Vi. Oh. Yeah, I remember that one we did where the stream went on for like 6 hours and we weren't done till like nearly 1 in the morning.
Cooper, do not hate me. I am familiar with over 600 dance moves and I am programmed to get freaky.
Vi, thank you for the follow, man. Red brown sauce, though. I don't know, I'm not really a sauce man. Oh, that's not great, is it? Oh, we've got more subs. Shit. Asari's been poor. Let's get Valgeir on for a little run. And honestly, maybe the neck can stick his neck out for us and grab something late on. Yes, I suppose there's that. I don't think there's any chance of us not getting Europe this year. I mean, we are 15 points clear of... Well, actually, no, well, even more than that clear of the other spots. But given how good of a season we've had so far this year, I would really like to not be in a position to not win the league. Oh, go on, Valgeir. If he scores now... Oh... Oh, no. Shit. We're going to concede off this, aren't we? Penalty again? Look at all the blocks coming in. Just a mad body clock. Ah, fair play. My body clock was massive. Oh, no, and Rosenborg have just scored a... Oh, no, that was already scored. That was ages ago, Matt. These things are very delayed, aren't they? Mr. Clooney, why, thank you. I should start advertising coffee pods. Are we not done yet? I thought that was going to be a penalty. That's nuts. How was the rest of your stream, Diz? Someone came in and told me that you'd moved clubs. Hello, Half. A middle management course. Champions League's going okay. We're into the last round, i.e. the last like knockout bit before the full... Why are we still playing? And we've got Shakhtar. But we have just signed up Serrano on the left-hand side, so hopefully that can help us, unless that injury that he got in this game is going to be causing issues. That was kind of bad from us there. My body clock's gone full circle. Somehow we're in there, you've like lost a day. And now Reading, man. Oh, that's right. Yeah, because they just got relegated to League One, hadn't they? I don't know, Smithy. That'd be... I mean, I suppose if it's like real life, then I guess they have to, don't they? Wow, there was 2 red cards in the game between Mulder and Rosenborg. And now we're level on points. Our form has dropped a little bit lately, haven't they? Yeah, we're kind of... Either we're going to be the Champions League group stages, or if we lose, we drop into the 6 more goals there. Still not top. Worst thing that could happen is we... Like, the worst case scenario is we play Europa League group stages, and honestly, like, we'll be fine, because that will give us a chance to win a decent amount of cash anyway. It's not going to be the same kind of money as before, but it would certainly tide us over. Got up 5 p.m. today. Oh, 5 a.m. today. Nearly back to full circle, though. Give it a couple more hours and you'd be right on it. Your nan's making positive developments. You love to see it. Right, big stuff now, as we've got Shakhtar. Random Norwegian club names. They are sick. Some of them are just like impenetrably impronounceable, but I try my best. Because we've got so many of these turns. Actually, most of them aren't that bad, to be fair. Oh, Arendal still struggling. In fact, there's, wow, 2 B teams just dominating on. Kongsvinger, by the way, despite like challenging towards in the first season of the save in this division, have now slipped into the 3rd tier, which is a shame. They look like they're going to come back up, along with Grorud, who were also in there with us at one point, if I recall. But Tromsdalen, 2nd tier, not bad. AFC Temp series. I mean, it's not my series. It's seems to be doing well for Ben, and that's awesome, you know? I love to see other people succeed, you know? Pacheco. Ristanitz. I know, he's... might just give him another look. That's that Lego we looked at before. He's 26. So probably... oh, hang on, no. Oh, this guy, wow. I think maybe it's his speed. I'm just going to scout him a tiny bit more. Oh, Liverpool are back in for a start, right? Yeah, no, that's exactly it, Sky. Because different Kevin, from the chat, was managing them on his save. And they seemed like a decent team at first. But, yeah. I think what you mean, Witty, is idrotta fulla fuglefradar. The Faroese teams were much harder to pronounce. Yeah, for sure. There's nothing like those ones. I like a bit of Bran. Bran with some sultanas on. Ain't that bad. Oh, that's not good, is it, at all? Watch the board now. Except that one. Mr. Cup. Oh, it's the new contract. We're fine. We should... why is he not... has Kent lost some of his effectiveness? I mean, it actually doesn't matter as it goes. What's Sandberg's contract? He's still got 3 years left. Really? You've got 3 years left on your deal and you want another one? Pipe down. Although, admittedly, he is on very, very low money for us. I think Allbrand is a genuinely nice cereal. Yeah, we do still have the crowbar. He's just probably fallen in squad status. He's still here. I actually gave him a new deal just because I was determined to... what the hell? Are you also a Kev? Of course you are, Suppema. Up the Kevs. Yeah, he still... I think maybe he's lost some of his... Interesting. It's interesting that they're no longer using him as like our default go-to guy for that. I'll have to make sure we keep an eye on that because he is very, very important. He's basically got like a 100% record on keeping people at the club, apart from that one situation with Ovalar. I guess you'll move around a bit, I suppose. Blanco... oh, I forgot we had him. He wouldn't have been a bad option. I'm going to just keep an eye on him for now. Obviously, he's on a free transfer anyway. But obviously, we got no room to put someone in that. Oh, wait, what? Oh, of course, yeah. Is he ever going to be able to qualify as homegrown? I forget if he was one of the guys that could or not. Oh, he is. Okay, good. So next summer, him... yeah, so next summer, Isaac Asari would count as homegrown as well. And that's very good news. No! Your nan's pulled her tummy muscles. Bad times. I don't know, Owen, actually. I guess you just have to ask her. Jaglika Osipo Likiplassen. You like to see... I'm sorry, I'm not brilliant with my Scandinavians. You like to see something, I think. I actually don't know. My apologies, Manda. Wait, I thought you were Dutch. Do you speak Scandi as well? Wait, there we go. Asari's committed his... oh, so new contract. That's good news. Hulk Yoga. Ooh, we haven't had one of those today. Let's just stretch it off for a bit there. Where's my button? Hulk Yoga. Let's crack on. Oh, dear. Things you like to see. Oh, I see. Oh. Hello, Blanco. Not Blanco, Matt Blanco. Sorry, I was just looking at a player called Blanco at the exact time you said that. How are you, man? Oh, dear. That was a brilliant time to come in when I'm literally looking at a player called Blanco. That's amazing. What timing? Oh. Oh, I think... yes, I just realised you weren't talking about that. You were talking about me doing fucking yoga. Why did I assume that that was the weird thing? Right, off we go. Right, this is big now. Shakhtar. Wait, surely Valgir is available, right? Valgir has to start. Like, Asari's been good, but Valgir has been extremely good this season. Right. Any interesting names in there? Lots of Enkos. Tons of Enkos. More Enkos than I can count. Let's crack on. Have I missed any people out here? No, we'll be fine. Right, this is big. These games separate us from the riches of the Champions League. And another go at smacking Barca about. Because we do like doing that. It's always fun. Kovalenko. Ooh, I like the... this stuff. I like these little tiny touches. Wait, is the neck not... Oh, for fuck's sake. He didn't, did he? Sorry, that's my bad. Where's Dundalk? I know, crazy. Right, well, that's my fault. The question then is, do we bring him on immediately? Or can I just do him... Ah, you can't. Right, here's my question. Why can't you? The match hasn't started yet. Why would you not be able to change the starting lineup at that point? Like, if the match hasn't started, I suppose it's because you would have submitted it. Oh, dear. Oh, well. Right, well, I mean, the question is, do we try and just sub him on immediately, or do we just see how things go and then get the neck on? That's the question. Because obviously it would waste the sub if we take him on straight away. Or do we just kind of go with it and see what happens and then bring him on in the second half? We'll give it a half. We'll see how Dag does. Maybe the neck, actually. Even fresher legs. Yeah, it's this weird, like... most of the time, I should probably just leave the squad the way it is. The reason I don't a lot of the time is not because of the starting 11. It's usually because of substitutes. Or if I take out an injured player, it'd be me forgetting to bring them back in. Dag Risma's mum is shagging your ass, man. That whole sentence is fantastic. Right. Okay. Pumpy fists. Let's get cracking. Show the pundits or something. Do they like pump fists? They don't not like pump fists. Yeah, exactly. Why can't there be injuries in warm-ups? Happens all the time. There was one the other day, wasn't there? With it was a goalkeeper, I think. Was it the West Ham? Was it Fabianski got injured in the warm-up for West Ham the other day? Right, well, imagine if Dag Rismo goes and scores a hat-trick against Shakhtar now, and we're just like, the assistant is an absolute genius, and we just didn't know. This is not going to be an easy game at all. A lot on the line here. Let's crack on. This is not going to be one of those ties that we should just be able to breeze through like we have with the others. I think I was thinking more of the names with Legia and Midtjylland. Also, oh no, I was going to say... Midtjylland, we did a Building a Nation with them. Legia, we did a Building a Nation in Poland. And now we're here. Yeah, but then things like happen in real life, don't they, Toby? Oh, God! Oh, well done, Karlstrom. He's kept us in it. That's fine. We'll give it a half and see how things go. Is it tomato or tomato? I just don't know. I would like it if he ran towards the ball, though. That'd be ace. I would genuinely be fantastic if Dag Risma actually turned out to be like the hero of this match and we just could keep the neck on the bench. Oh, right. Here we go. Keep this play moving. That's fine. Oh, nice ball for Valgeir. Thiago. Oh, we're getting a lot of space. Giordano, what a strike! That's his second goal of the season, and we have the lead against Shakhtar, and it's Ugo Giordano, the left back on loan from AC Milan. What on earth? That was a finish and a half. Well, what a lovely start. That was a belter of a strike. I don't think Holm was actually expecting him... Oh, no, it was Sambo, wasn't it? Wasn't expecting him to hit that. He's just clattered that one in. What a hit. Whew. Not at all, Lawrence. Hey, at the end of the day, people discover things at their own time. Maybe it just wasn't for you, you know? This is the playoff, yes. Oh, really? Wow, Wimbledon was a while ago, mate. Welcome. Hope you enjoy your stay. Hopefully we can get through the Champions League group stage. Oh, God, don't foul him. Don't foul him. Please don't foul him. I want to win the ball. Oh, this is going top bins, isn't it? What a strike from Maicon. Wow. We probably should, yeah, actually. This is being played in Tromso, yeah. It's our first round of this part of the competition that we've been able to actually play at home. Is Bibby Bibby can actually cover centre-back quite well. We've just... Oh, that's a great hit from Maicon, unfortunately. Mr. Diz with a gifted sub to Lawrence. What a legend. Thank you, man. That's so nice. That would have clocked 100 for sure. Yep. It's been a pretty even game so far. I don't think we can really complain. Both sides have scored absolute screamers. We're definitely going to have to make... Oh, Christ. Wait, given everything? It's half an hour in, mate. I am Arsky. Thank you for the follow, man. Or Imerski. My apologies. Crap. Well, you said Michael was a beast, and turns out to be true. Good tackle. Oh, it's come straight back to us. We just can't seem to get out of our own half at the moment. Don't let him play it back through. Oh, it just clips off the post. Probably quite a lot at the moment, Em. I'm wondering if SI will do another one of those free weekends that they did during the last lockdown, but I think because it was further into the game cycle last time. Wow, we are getting smashed here. They're a very good side, Shakhtar. But we beat Barcelona. We've got it in us, but we're going to have to make changes at halftime, I think. Unfortunately, it's not really working. I mean, to be fair, Risma isn't playing any worse than Ovalar, but something has to change here. Yeah, who's our normal centre-back that's missing? I'm trying to think who's missing from the... Oh, Yanan. It was because Yanan's injured. That's what it was. And Serrano's having a shocking day. Like, which is a shame, considering how much we're paying for his presence, but can't always be perfect, I suppose. A little bollocking at halftime. We'll get the neck on and see if he can do some magic for us. After all, he has done this in the past. I'm going to push it. I think we kind of got to go a bit more attacking, to be honest, at this point. Or go on, push towards it. Oh, nearly. Like, we kind of need to win the... Oh, there we go. Fernando... Oh, my God. I get the feeling that Europa League group stages is beckoning us at this point, chat. They have a Brazilian right back called Dodo. I think I've played against him. Hasn't it got like 2 O's on the end of it? Or is that a different guy? Asari. Is Valgeir having a bad day as well? He is, actually, yeah. To be fair, it's just our wide players in general are just having a bad day, it seems. What up? It's going top bins, isn't it? Yeah. Or bottom bins in this case, but another long range. All 3 goals have been long range belters in this game. Afternoon, Bear. Well, that's 3 absolute screamers in the same game here. Oh, dear. Long face off. Yeah, but for who? We've got to be careful with substitutions. I might just make 2 now, actually. Get Diop on for long face, and then just go straight to Asare for Valgeir for the other one, and just that'll have to do. It's not looking good for us. Yeah, it looks like we're probably going to be... I mean, to be fair, we've still got the second leg, and you know the kind of miracles we can pull out in these sort of games. It's been quite an even match, to be fair. They've had a lot more shots, but they've obviously been lots of long ranges of low quality. It's not looking good for us, chat. If we could just find a late equaliser or something, just to take a 2-2 to Ukraine would be so much better. Even though there's the 2 away goals. I still feel like we've got some absolutely outrageous performances in us from time to time. And maybe that could be one of... Oh, interception. Yes! There we go. Serrano, do something. Ovalar spins away from his man. He's going to get through. I admire the confidence. I do. But I feel like there's a time and a place for trying to chip the goalkeeper. And that probably wasn't it, Fernando. Like, if it'd gone in, perhaps, but it didn't. Those ones always hit the bar, I find. It seems that when they're a bit further out, they always seem to hit the bar. But when they're closer, it just dinks it straight over. Fairly even game as it goes. We just came out slightly on the wrong side of it. But Carlson did make a lot of stops, to be fair. It was audacious, yes. Right. Thrashy arms, of course. Player who missed the chip. Indeed. Galatasaray 6-2. Bloody hell. It's not the end of the world. We are going to have to go out all guns blazing in the second leg against them, though. But at the end of the day, if we end up in the Europa League, it's far from the end of the world. Because I genuinely think we could win a ton of games in the Europa League group stages. And they're 500k per win. Oh, okay. Sure. I mean, he is available for loan. If Ranheim would like to, I don't know, put an offer in, that'd be sick. Like, just go out. Anyone, for free. You don't even have to pay me. Oh, my shit. Wait, sorry, what? Well, that's a big problem. That wasn't even in the match. That was, oh, my God. Well, that's really done us. Well, I mean, that's literally a promise. I'm happy to go with that because he's obviously going to play. Oh, dear. Broken neck. He's never had a neck injury, sadly. Oh, I say sadly. Oh, dear. Oh, now they want him. Okay. Maybe they were just waiting for us to put him up for free. But to be fair, if he gets game time in the second division at 16, yeah, I guess Dag is going to be... We make 1 change. I mean, I don't really want to make any changes. The whole squad's fine, isn't it? And if I click that, it will actually unregister our goalkeeper, so I'd rather just keep it as it is. The thing is, man, his contract has got like 4 years left on it. Training on a match day? Who's training on a match day? I don't know. Yeah, I've been getting a lot of drop frames today. I do apologize, sadly. It's been one of those days that the internet's just not been cooperating, so I hope it's not been too unwatchable at times. Recruitment meeting, obviously we decline these because they don't do anything. Training after a match day. Oh, yeah, the problem with that... Right, so what happened there... Where is it? Yeah, so what happened was I accidentally set it to Dev 1 because the game hadn't been arranged yet, and I missed the training article to tell us that we needed to change it to Dev 2. And by the time I got to that point, it had already locked it in and we couldn't change it. So basically that's the reason, because it thinks we've only got one match day that week and we can't change it. That's what happened there. So that's why this one's fine. Because it's like 2 matches, but yeah. So that's what happened there. It's annoying, but can't change it. What mods? It depends what you mean by mods. Like, we have like the face packs and stuff, but no like actual mods. Oh, hello. He's 19. Oh, we're scouting him already. Screw it. We'll just see what happens there. Mercy, obviously, we've been keeping around for a while. Cool name. Not sure how much use it'd be to us at this point. Oh, that's that Egyptian guy we were monitoring, isn't it? See if there's any interesting ones on here. Because this thing is, even if you don't do the recruitment meeting, they still bring the players into here anyway. Willie Campuala, I mean, I want to know more about you just because of your name alone. As with you, my friend. And to be fair, he's too old. The other guy's 23, and I think that, like, at best he'd be a lone player. There's nothing much we can really do with that. A 6'9" target man. That's the dream. Any new strikers to be loaned in? Well, we wouldn't be able to... I don't know how we'd really do that unless they were Norwegian. Which... Like, we'd have to unregister someone in order to include them, and it would have to be someone like the Neck, and he would genuinely, I think, still get pissy, even though he's injured. So we might just have to go with what we've got, unfortunately, and hope that he comes back. The pass was Ansu Fati. What, in goal? That's how good he is. He's just a goalie now. Right, who are Rosenborg playing? They're at home against Start. Oh. Wow, Mulder have done really poorly this year. That reminds me. After this match, we need to have a look and see how the other teams are getting on in Europe. Right, let me just make this up myself here. I mean, since Risma's already there, except, of course... Let me change the bench. I love that I changed the bench and that somehow makes the team worse. Beast Norwegian Wonder Kids. The only one that you would consider to be, like, legitimately ridiculous as far as, like, quality of his age is probably Eric Sandberg. He's... Every time I look at him, I swear he gets another step better. He's insane. He's the only one that I would sort of really say would be considered like that. I mean, the game doesn't call him a wonder kid or anything, but for me, he is a wonder kid. We'll get Kent on the bench. Any of these guys need to be in the team? Oh, I don't really want Bibby at... We don't really have a choice, though. Bibby isn't a bad centre-back. He's not the best centre-back, but he is 6 foot, has decent jumping reach, and is, you know, reasonable. So he can do the job, just not as well as perhaps a proper centre-back. Then again, we do have Cisse. Should we start Cisse then, maybe? I might even try Cisse in there for today. Since he can play. I don't remember registering him, but we must have done. Weird. I'll put Bibby on the bench, of course, instead of Kitolano, because we've got Asari on the bench. We don't really need him as well.
Cooper, do not hate me. I am familiar with over 600 dance moves, and I am programmed to get freaky.
Random Stoner 123. Thank you for the follow, man. I had to let that play out first. Bibby or Wang Cisse. Yeah, I think Cisse deserves a chance there because I think he's probably still a better centre-back than Bibby just because he's got that height. Bibby does have the pace, though, which with our high line. TSGGS, thank you for the follow, man. Lose our league tip. Yeah, we can. We actually can. That's the last thing we bloody need. You can woof occasionally if you want. When did I say that? That must have been a recent one. Oh, just knocking shit over. Earlier on, before stream, I was watching Dizzy's stream and I had my drink in a bottle like this right next to me. The bottle had like a little dent in it. So as it started to fall over as I touched it, I grabbed it, but the lid was open and I squeezed it to grab it and it squirted water all over my monitor. Yeah, and it wasn't just like normal water. It was like, yeah, it was like not like vitamin water, but like had like effervescent tablets in it. So it was a bit sticky. I'll be honest. I'm good, thank you, Sammy. My name's Matt, though. Unless you were talking to someone else, of course. Just tell us it's lube. I mean, anything could be lube if you're brave enough. Heck, you could use Castrol GTX, to be fair, for all I care. Fernando Ovalar with his 30th goal of the season. What a god. I genuinely think this guy could bang like 200 goals for us in this save. I've tried hard seltzer. No. Explain, Bear. That sounds fascinating. Another assist, though. Who is that? Oh, it's Cordoba. Nice. Oh, no, it's not going to get the assist for that, is it? Because of the double bounce? But still. We're a goal up. That's the main thing. We just got to hope that Rosenborg do bad things. Although it appears that they're already winning. Although, for some reason, the game's decided not to show us. Wait. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. That's right. It's only just added our goal. Hey, Clip. How's it going, man? That's why the monitor's sticky. Exactly. That's the reason. Game speed settings. So, currently, I'm on key highlights, obviously. One little notch above here on the actual match speed, and everything else is maxed out. As for the cat, oh, hang on, it's moved. It's better. That keeps moving around. The problem is, you end up like accidentally using the scroll wheel, and then it fucks the entire thing up. I wish that didn't do that, but there you go. Are we up to like 99 quotes now? Good lord. Valge's into the box. Go on, son. Square it. Oh, he's going to shoot, isn't he? Yep. Of course he is. 94. 94 is still a lot. Vodka and flavored water and comes in cans. Oh, I think I have heard of this. Is that like White Claw or whatever it's called? Is that a hard seltzer? All I've seen about White Claw really is the memes, to be fair. Right, that's better. Ovalar's tracking back. Usually he makes a terrible pass when he tracks back, but this time he has at least found the goalkeeper. Good day, Full Send. How are you, man? It's the clocks. They fuck me. What did I... Some of the things I've said in the past, I've genuinely lost all the context for. Serrano, he needs to have a good game, and that is not how you go about doing that. My friend, you must not shoot from that kind of distance. We started off quite poorly against Lillestrøm. We have seemed to have pulled this one back a little bit, though. Oh, Mike's. That I have heard of, yeah. Yeah, we started quite bad, but they've really not done much since then. We've got the lead. That's the main thing. Now we just need to hope that... Oh, that was the wrong button, wasn't it? Jesus. We just have to hope that Rosenborg don't score in their game. Or lose. Even better. Oh, yeah. Well, the reason I was so confused by that is because normally YouTube adjusts that stuff automatically for you. Oh, my God. Look at this. Start a 2-0 up away at Rosenborg. This will give us our 3-point lead back. Excellent news. That's exactly what we need right now to get back the lead of the league, continue this little winning run. That's great news. Considering how few games they've actually lost this year, bearing in mind one of which was to us, of course. Watch us now balls it up ourselves. Okay, good. Karlstrom, good stuff. Attacking with a lovely lunch. Ooh, what you having, Clip? Nope, ignore. Me and murder. Hey, if it's in there, I almost certainly said it. Because that's how it works. Dag's struggling, but we've got no choice but to leave him in. To be fair, Cisse's struggling. I might even get Bibby in there, to be fair. Give us a bit more pace in the centre-back spot and leave the other sub. A cheese sandwich, yes! Cheese sandwich is kind of underrated as just like a good old thing to have, you know? Ovalar, I mean... Yeah, my assistant wants to put Lasse Nilsson up front. There's a strong chance that it was me being angry with the ass man, yeah. Right, if we get away with a 1-0 here and Rosenborg lose, then that's the perfect game for us. Yes, lads, that's exactly what we needed. Perfect. Best cheese to put on a sandwich. I mean, to be fair, depends, really. Like, sometimes it's just a nice little bit of cheddar is just fine. Mature, obviously. Let's not get silly now. Free use shouty shouty. I don't know, chat. Favourite cheese? What we saying? I like a bit of Edam. Mozzarella's obviously god tier, of course, particularly when it's on the pizza, obviously. But Edam's... I mean, Baby Bells are just so Moorish. A strong double Gloucester. Fair play, fair play. I tend to draw the line at, like, a cheese that smells worse than me after a run. That's kind of where I'm like, you know, got to draw the line somewhere. I just like some basic bitch cheddar. I'm with Vaughan on this one. Yellow variety. Yeah, I must say, actually, genuinely, I'm not a fan of Red Leicester. Although, I used to be able to get this pizza from Tesco's. It was like a 5-cheese pizza. So I had, like, cheddar, Edam, Monterey Jack, Red Leicester, and I think Parmesan or something on it. It was amazing. Now, halloumi. Em is a big fan of halloumi. That's true, Turing. That's very important. The accompaniment of the cheese, if anything, is more important. This is why I love a bit of beer with a pizza. Beer and pizza, or beer and cheese, goes together so well. You should say a whole ball. Nice. It's a proud day. The debris everywhere. There we go. Clips back, everybody. Big shout out to Manchego. Big up the Manchego massive, man. Em always gets halloumi fries whenever she can. So some of these cheeses I've never even heard of. I am basic bitch when it comes to cheese. I've got to be honest. Whoa! Still second. We've just won 10-0. And we're still second. Our top scorer in this What the fuck's happened here? It's like he scored so many goals that the game can't keep track anymore. It's just decided to measure assists twice. What the fuck's happened there? Let's see the stats. Wait, no, player stats. Goals. Dag Kilmark has 48 goals in 32 appearances. Our goal difference is fairly good, isn't it? Plus 122. Still second. Still fucking second. Oh, there it goes. It's back now. That was weird. He's just scored so many goals, it's just lost track. They have 88 goals between them, our strike force. There's still 6 games left. We're going to lose it with over 100 points. Yeah, Dag Kilmark's doing all right, isn't he? Considering he has 5 finishing. He has netted 49 goals this season. Mascarpone, nice. Bar and Latvia ordered bar snacks from the beer with smoked chili cheese. Ooh. That does sound like an interesting combination, to be fair. Yeah, Anderson as well. Look at the assists. 24 goals and 25 assists here for Rasmus Anderson. Yeah, I always find that, and you notice too... The hell? What is going on here? Sorry. It says it has 40 goals, and then you go... What is going on? You'll find that the XG is massively underrated on under-19 games. I've noticed this with Bolton too. It's, yeah, one of those things that happens. That they'll, like, you know when, hang on. Best example I can give is when Sandberg was playing for our under-19 squad a couple of years ago. Was it this season here? Yeah, look, see, he got, oh, you can't see it. He got 34 goals in 28 games, but he had an XG of like 9 or something. It was nuts. No, Boland is definitely 16. It says on his thing, didn't it? I fed it. I don't suppose he'd be... Yeah, my man is definitely a 16-year-old. You start... Yeah, clip's off now. He's off on one. What kind of cheese do you... to get a bear out of his K? Come on, Bert. Yeah, it seems to be that it doesn't seem to calculate XG properly for the youth games, and I don't know why. Okay, so Coulter's going on low, which we'll be happy about. Another player is joining Mulder, particularly if they fancy paying. I should have maybe made that mandatory. I didn't notice it at the time. What cheese is made backwards? Eat. Oh, that's clever. I like that. That took me a minute. How's Ovalar getting on this year? 30 goals and 27 starts. Yeah, his record for us is pretty extraordinary. 11 and 14, 34 and 30, and then currently 15 and 19. Is he not even the... He's not even the top scorer of the league, is he? Oh, no, he is. But actually, in fairness, other players have done pretty well this season. So he's getting by. Bit of cheesy jokes. They're the best kind. So they're all going out on loan again, which is nice. I'll be interested to see, with our upgrades again to the youth stuff, if we get an even better youth intake this time around. 6-2 over Mjolnir. Although Boland... God, these guys are just playing every game available. Right, this is the big stuff now. Ooh. Anyone interesting in there? Kevin Guevara, 20 though. Philip Cross, obviously he's amazing, I'm certain, but he's an 18-year-old goalkeeper. Oh, he cost too much money. I think next year, though, we're going to have some decent cash floating around, depending on how we do in this next game. That's the big deal. We get through this round out of... We managed to pull that tie around, then... Oh, and we get a rest afterwards, too, which would be even better. 10-2 to Liverpool. Ouchie. How do you eat hot cheese carefully? Brie, good stuff. Was that in the league, FM Fanatic, or is this in like a Champions League game where you're in like a smaller nation? It reminds me of that 7-0 defeat we had with Scotland against the Netherlands, where I was like, yeah, we got a chance here after we took a draw against them in Hampden, and then just got absolutely destroyed. Oh, you're joking. Are we going to be without both of our strikers for the Shakhtar game? Oh, my lord. I have very little hopes that we're going to be able to get through. I don't think we're going to be able to have worse than 7. I'm pretty certain it was 7. It might have been 8. I don't know. We'd have to check the VODs. I am concerned about this. I might actually have to do a team selections. Oh, no. Oh, my lord. What do we do here, chat? Bit early. Oh, that will happen. Yeah. That's why I'm kind of glad that we didn't get promoted to the league, to the championship with Bolton straight away. So it's another bot has now just hosted us with 353 viewers. So that's, I'm guessing, similar to the thing that happened earlier. I assume that account will be deactivated in about 10 seconds. While I overrest my players. I mean, it's all really good saying that, but you can only rest the player if there's someone there to play in their position. And with our squads, unfortunately, with this league, you can't really afford to do it. Long face or Kitalano. Yeah. Hang on, let's see what finishing is like. Valgeir's, to be fair, kind of knackered too. He's got 8 finishing. What about Serrano? But the thing is, if we move Serrano up there, he won't be able to play here. Hey, Slime Ball. Good finishing. Yeah, we got not raided, but like hosted by a bot earlier. They're both like bots related to XQC in some way. Obviously not related to him, but in the sense that they're using his like name in some way. Yeah, but like, okay, so we put Serrano up front, but then we haven't got anyone to play left side because he's the only left-sided player we have. And then either way, we're going to get weakened. And at least Longface is actually technically a striker, whether we like it or not. That's the problem. Maybe we should just start Ovalar. What's XQC? XQC is a streamer, one of the biggest streamers on the platform. How bad would this actually be? Could we just risk Ovalar? Yeah, the FM gods are vengeful for sure. What I would do potentially is make sure Serrano's on the left-hand side. I might have Ovalar on the bench. Move. Oh my god, where's the midfield gone? And then have Asare on this side, but Valgeir can barely start either. Yeah, he used to be like an Overwatch player, I think, like professionally. The issue is that I don't know how much of a negative effect we're going to have. Oh, actually. Wait. Sorry, I didn't even see that. I didn't realize that he actually had complete natural up front. That's weird. I wonder why my assistant didn't default that. I guess it's because we don't have an obvious replacement in there. I'm going to put Ovalar on the bench so that we can bring him on should we need to, but we're just in a bit of a shit. Anyway. Yeah, but the rest isn't the issue. It's the fact that playing an injured player dramatically increases the likelihood of them getting an injury in that game, and we could make it a lot worse. Like, the last thing we need is him tearing a calf, like tearing a thigh muscle or something. I think that's what we're going to go with. Oh, wait, hang on. And your Nan's still injured as well, unfortunately, so we may just have to go with this. Anyone else I can put on the bench? It's going to have to do. We're going to go attacking from the off as well in this game, because we've kind of got to, given that we're already a goal down from the first leg, and we need to score goals. Right, I'm going to have to have another piss, chat. I am extremely watery today, my friends. Back in a second, chatto. Let's get cracking with the Champions League. There we go. Right then. Let's settle in. Get ourselves through in the Champions League. I think that's unlikely, but we'll give it a crack anyway. What's the worst that could happen? I mean, we go out, I suppose, is the worst that could happen. Oh, is Ness on the bench? Yeah, we'll stick... I honestly trust Wangberg more just because he's just better. Right, let's crack on. This is big. University fees, indeed. Hello, Em. You okay? What's up? I could do with a refill though, actually, if you're up for such an endeavor. A quest, perhaps. I'm an NPC quest giver.
Yes, Squire.
Ah, yes, indeed. I took a bottle of water to the knee. Thank you. Go up. Hello, Mike. How are you, man? Oh, wrong chat. Yeah, Reese is just like on Chatterbait right now. or to be fair, that could just be another Twitch channel. Yeah, so even if we lose this, we go straight to the Europa League group stages, so it's all good. Indeed. Save it for the only fat. Hey, we need the only mans. And to be fair, the only mans I want to see on the pitch right now is Ovalar, but he's not available. Things are okay, Mike. We're a goal down from the first leg of the playoff to get into the Champions League group stages, so it's not excellent for us, if I'm honest. But we're going to do our best. We're going to go out here, all guns blazing. Going to go attacking from the off here and just try to batter our way through, but we're missing our two best strikers. So it's not great. Only Nans. To be fair, we've only got one player that's useful for that. Took a furlough to the wallet. So basically, we got through. We're now in the playoff, and this is the second leg, but we are 2-1 down from the first game as we lost at home to Shakhtar, and we're missing both of our first-choice strikers. So it's not ideal. Serrano hat-trick would be amazing. Quarter bar. Long, go on. An early goal would be fantastic here. Ball through. Asare! Yes! 2 minutes in, and we've already leveled the tie-up, but they would still go through as things stand. Isaac Asare, lovely goal. We already have... Oh, this is much more like it. Come on. Was that an assist for Cordoba, or was that from Sandberg? Oh, I think it was going to be Sandberg, isn't it? This is very Jordan Henderson-esque there. That's the kind of passes I love seeing from him. Aspiring grime artists. In it, though. Right. So, early lead, exactly what we needed here. We need that second goal. Oh, really? You think you could shake off a... Do we risk it and keep him on if he says he can shake it off? That's the question, chat. Normally I wouldn't, but normally it says hampered by injury, and it actually doesn't this time, and he's already got us the goal. The only thing we could do, really, would be to get Serrano back there and bring on someone like Ovalar. Risk till half-time. Yeah, that's probably a good shout. Let's get to half-time. Hopefully, he can see it out. But I think the plan would be, were we to be able to get to half-time with him and it was still looking bad, put Serrano back to the left wing spot and then bring on Ovalar up front for the second half, depending on the sort of situation. Thank you, man. But it does depend on what happens. Oh, Sandberg's on it again. Can he find the right pass? No, he just stood there and got tackled instead, and now we're going to concede off of it. Oh, dear. Come on, Karlstrom. We need you to be a big lad here. Oh, no! Deflected in. Danilo Seacan makes it 3-2. Oh, dear. Sad times. Well, that was great. Yeah, Sandberg didn't release the ball, and then we got caught out. Oh, dear. Seacan should have taken him off. He wasn't involved in that. Oh, dear. Right, well, back to square one. We still need to... Oh, to be fair, we still only need one goal. Nurse him through. Bibby tried, yeah. Still, long way to go. Not done yet. We still just need that second goal. The only difference is before, if we hadn't conceded, it would have sent us through. But we just have to get 2 goals to get it back to level on... away goals, and that's the key thing. Although if we could grab a third goal, that would make a huge amount of difference, but we're just lacking that extra impetus up front at the moment, and that could cost us. But we'll play it by ear and see how it goes in the second half. The closer the game is, I mean, if we could score a second goal. Oh, he's just getting dispossessed too easily at the moment. He's regained fitness. He does seem to have shaken it off. You're right. Impressive. I've never seen a player actually run something off like that. Fair play. Asare is clearly up for the cause here. Watch him get injured again in a minute. Yeah, we have to score again anyway. When did I get verified? How do you mean? What do you mean, like, on Twitch? That was, like, April, I think it was. Oh, just over the bar. Yeah, he seems to have somehow got a second wind. Yeah, it is pretty empty, I suppose, but it's probably quite a large ground, to be fair. I don't know how much is this like the Donbass Arena, or is that a different one? Is that a different team that plays there? I always forget. They're keeping a lot of the ball all of a sudden. And I think they're going to score off of it. Seekens through again, and it's a good save from Karlstrom. Shakhtar are just that little bit better than us, unfortunately. I just don't think we're as good as they are at the moment, unfortunately. And we may have to settle for the Europa League this time around. It's a shame, but I think that's probably what's looking on the cards here, unless we can pull out some miracles. Bit hard. No, it's called the Donbass Arena or something, isn't it? As much as they may not be playing there in real life, I think that's still technically their home stadium. Oh, Christ. Yeah, they are building up. It is Donbass. Okay, cool, yeah. Yeah, exactly. We'll just win the Europa League. It's fine. Oh, just wide. Yeah, but what I meant was it was still their home arena. And as far as I know, FM would probably still consider them playing at home because that's how the game works. Yeah, I think Europa League's probably okay. At least it would give us a chance to win some matches in Europe potentially. And oh, no. Now Isaac's going to get sent off, isn't he? Oh, Isaac, no. Why you do this? Right, well, I guess that's the easy change, isn't it? I love Serrano's name's just... Yeah, sorry. What? You get in the bloody middle. Jesus Christ, Dag. Oh. I love it feels the need to tell us to get sent off in the first half. He's a big fan of the channel. Right, let's crack on. We've just got to go. We're not going to win this game. Yeah, he's pulling off a full drama here. Oh, surely not. Surely not. It's 2... Wow. Dag Rizma scores in the Champions League. Ovalar's injured, so's the neck. Wow. Go on, Dag. What was that for a play? It's 2-1. We're back in it. It's... At the moment, it would go to extra time. Lovely ball through, and Dag Rizmo's finished that one off. Park the airbus, or park the bus for a draw. We can't get through with a draw. We got to win. We don't park any buses here. Gah. Get defensive ignore. Get out of this. Park the bus indeed. Gah. This is a go for it house. Come on. We got it. Parking the bus indeed. God, do you know me? You should know me better than that by now. What good would be parking the bus do? At best, we don't concede for the rest of the game and then go out on penalties or something. Come on. When have we ever done that? We didn't beat Barcelona by parking the bus, did we? Yeah, we're playing all right. We're not playing all right. We've had 2 shots. Oh, 3 shots now. Okay, fair enough. I mean, it's the first half, Eric. If you could just last a little bit longer, that'd be excellent. We never back down. Exactly. If we're attacking, they can't be. This is true. If we've got the ball in their net, it's not in ours. Oh, I am concerned about... Sandberg does seem to dwell on it a bit too much. Oh, surely not. That was a strike. Imagine if that had curled in the top corner there. The pressure would firmly be on them at that point. Right, well. I mean, we're still quite fortunate to be back in this match, but here we are. Yeah. Matt's bus is like the bus from Speed. Can't stop or it'll explode. Exactly. Wow. I mean, Asare's really screwed this up, hasn't he? Maybe he was the conduit that we needed.
I'm the Pope. Cooper, take off the Pope.
I'm the Pope. Jack Bourne, thank you for the follow, man. I'm still going to yell at them because I'm a bastard like that. Hello, man. You all right?
Just open the door to you saying, I'm a bastard like that.
Oh, here we go. Ooh, matchmaker. Make me a match.
Have more than one.
Find me a find. Catch me a catch. I don't want to eat too much on stream. No. Stop passing me
So
chocolate.
does she have 2 more?
I'm trying to lose weight. Stop handing me tiny chocolate sticks.
3 doesn't bloody hurt.
Sacrificial tribute. So he died so we could live. I have done both the Tromso modes, I hope. Right then. Foul Temptress and Silo. Thank you for the follow, man. I have a saliva everywhere, so apologies for that, chat. If we have the ball, the opponent can't screw. It's true, though. Yeah, no. If you're new to the channel, we never park the bus. We push on for more goals, no matter the scenario. Okay, no, that's not entirely true. Say we were like a goal up in like the 90th minute, then maybe we'd have to look to pass the buck. Matchmaker sacrifice. Oh, is that true? In that case... Hang on. Stay away from me, she-devil. Stay away from me, she-devil of Shakhtar Donetsk. There we go. That'll do it. I probably did you, Roy. Let's face it. Let's go. Second half. Let's have it. Valkyr's knackered already. Second half's like starting. He's like, I can't, boss. I can't. Right. We are winning, but the problem is when you're a goal up, it's hard to say much to the players. Because if you praise them, they get confused. Right, we're going to have to get Sandberg off soon. Okay. Sandberg's having a good game, though, but he is blowing smoke. If only we could bring on someone like Asare. Imagine that, eh? I'm thinking Bibby to right back. Wangberg on as well. Oh, right, here we go. I still think that were we to... Oh, my God. Eric Kitolano. I mean, we may... Oh, my God, we're going to have to. Look at this. We're doing our... I can't believe we're still in this game, honestly. The fact that we've actually managed to come up with the win so far here is ludicrous. And very fortunate on our part. Particularly as we only have one striker on the pitch right now. Oh, God, that's the goal. Mudryk. What a tackle! What a tackle! I love how he didn't even touch the ball, but it just made, like, enough of an impact to stop the goal. What a brilliant... Assistant, will you shut up? I've made the change. Wait, what? Yeah, oh, has it just not happened yet? Okay, yeah, that should be okay, right? Oh, right, come on. That was a great tackle. Watch us now concede off the free kick. I realised that we've no longer got the opportunity to bring Ovalar on, but we needed to freshen up other areas of the team more, like... Those areas are going to be tracking us. Oh, that's a goal for them, isn't it? Oh, what a save! Huh. You would say a key tackle, but sadly not. Is he just never going to be subbed off? What a save from Karlstrom there. Oh, go on, Dag. Yeah, why is he not subbing him? Hang on, can we sub him off now? Oh, brilliant. The game is going to fuck me. It's not... It's made... It thinks it's made the sub, but Valkyr is still on the pitch. Does anyone know a way out of that, or is that just a case of you're fucked? Great. So now we've essentially wasted a substitute that doesn't count. That's great. That's just terrific. Watch Valkyr now get injured because he's still on the pitch. That would just be super... Oh. Yes! Come on! Dorland with the goal! Shakhtar 1, Tromsø 3, and Jesper Dorland has put us in the lead. Oh, my God. Oh. What a moment. Yeah, you can't cancel the changes because it thinks it's already made it. Oh, my goodness. Go on, Jesper. We've just got to keep going. Oh, imagine if we scored again. Serrano's ball in this time. Dorland was there again. Go on, Diop. That's it. Just keep the ball. Nice. Lovely stuff. No, we stick with what we're doing. If we end up losing it because of it, we do. That's just how it goes. We are very... Oh, Serrano. Over the crossbar. Tromso mode again. Let's have it. Imagine if we got through here with 10 men. Oh. Bearing in mind, they need to score twice. Because we've got 3 away goals. We're actually going to do it. We're actually going to bloody do it. As things stand. Did anyone see my Bolton video last night with what happened with my goalkeeper? So for those of you that haven't, a cross was put in, the goalkeeper just dives at random, nowhere near the ball, and then the ball just trickles past him and into the back of the net. Absolutely ludicrous. Pujankov. Is that going to be cut out? It is. Oh, if we score again. Oh my God, Serrano's got it. Go on, son. That is an absolutely woeful pass, and I have no clue. Hey, the matchmaker sacrifice did the trick. I've got one left, chat, which I will enjoy. Well, we will win matches, Paul and Ray. Because we are. What a tackle. God, imagine that. A goal down from the first leg at home, come to the second leg. How did he not win the ball there, by the way? But regardless. Oh, this is going in. What a stop. Ah, he couldn't make the second one, but it doesn't matter. What a save. What a save that first one was from Karlstrom. It's not going to matter, thankfully, but still. I don't know why Giordano doesn't pick the ball up there, by the way, though. Like, it's clearly for him to get. But whatever. Imagine if they scored again. That's just... The first stop is unbelievable, but there's nothing you can do about the second one. Oh, well, that's fine. We just have to see this final few moments out of the match, and we should be good. Yeah, they have to score in 40 seconds, and they... Are you joking? Just tackle, tackle, tackle. He's right there. Why don't they, like, look how close the ball, like, why is he not tackling it? Why is the goalkeeper standing there? Why is all of that? Respectfully, Devilborn, what difference would fucking park the bus make in that scenario when the players just do random nonsense like that? Oh, dear. Well, I mean, hey, that's how it goes, isn't it? Unfortunately, parking the bus doesn't allow you to suddenly defend better, does it? Wow. I mean, to be fair, we were very lucky to be involved in that game. That was 93rd and 94th minute. I mean, that's just FM, innit? In a nutshell, right there. I actually can't believe that. Yeah. But to be fair, I've never actually had that happen on FM before. And you know what? That all could have been prevented had Giordano just picked up a ball that was about 2 feet from his body and not let a guy that was about 10 feet away suddenly randomly win it. But that's just how it goes. Goyenge, thank you for the follow, man. Oh, yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, we would have been very fortunate to scrape our way through in that match. But when you're 3-1 up going into the 93rd minute, you do expect to win at that point. You know, it would be reasonable to expect to win. Oh, yeah. Hey, but at the end of the day, well, that's the thing, right? The 4th goal is bad. It is really bad because the ball is practically between our player's legs and he just doesn't do anything. But we've all had that loads of times, right? It's this goal here that is the thing that pisses me off a little bit because it's just like, wait, is it on here? Yeah. Watch the touch that Tete takes, right? Here. Like, the ball is practically... What are you do? He just... I think maybe it's because of the inertia of turning, perhaps. Oh, by the way, also don't forget that the game also ruined us on subs too, because we made our 3rd sub and it didn't bring him on. So it has... Us losing isn't us getting screwed. The fact that it didn't let us make our 3rd sub and just kept the player on the pitch, that is us getting screwed. That's something we can be legitimately annoyed about from the game's perspective. But everything else is just how it is. Let me just see this out now. And the fact that Karlstrom made the original save. Oh, don't get me wrong, Yawn. I am furious, but... Right, okay. No one wants to see someone really sit here and whine and complain, particularly. Occasionally, it might be like funny for like 10 seconds, and that's why I do generally get quite annoyed initially. But at the end of the day, it's... And Mr. Yells, thank you for the follow, man. It's a video game. It's fun. And at the end of the day, we now have this to avenge later in this save. Sometime later in this save, there's going to come a game against Shakhtar, and we are going to absolutely fuck them. And it's going to be extremely nice. So, you know... It's just not worth it for your mental health getting angry about a video game, is it, you know?
Oh, this isn't where I park my car.
Jamie! Thank you for the follow, man. Yeah, our keeper did a brilliant job in this game. Some of those saves were insane.
Cooper, do not hate me. I am familiar with over 600 dance moves and I am programmed to get freaky.
Thank you for the follow, Pezza, as well. Oh... Exactly. Winning games is only fun if you lose games too. But also, there's never been a better time to throw a bottle, and I swear to God if they get demotivated. Shut up, Eric. Take your long face and stick it up your ass. Right, okay. Anyway, we get to play in a Europa League final. Oh my God, look at this. They still lost, hilariously. 7-4 to Zagreb. Partizan do get through. Lille actually go out to Spartak Moscow. And Sporting only get through on away goals. What sound did I forget, Em? The story... Oh, so, that's a good question. We're going to look at how the other guys got on. HJK manager went, never, my friend, never. Exactly. Getting angry doesn't change anything. Why get angry when you can get even? You know? Oh, that is actually up there with the HJK game. So, part of the reason we hate HJK is that in... Shaq can't defend. Nice. We scored a goal in stoppage time at the end of the match to put ourselves through. They then scored twice further in the same stoppage time period to put us out. It was incredible. Oh, dear. back from holidays. I would like to see a few things changed. Nothing to do with the way that we played in that game, but what I would say is it's hard to argue that we didn't suffer because our player wasn't able to be substituted, even though we had a sub spot left. Like, you're basically playing a guy who's knackered in a position where we have a player to come on. So, arguably, he maybe could have had an impact. You just don't know, though. It's all ifs and buts. Swings and roundabouts and all that jazz. So why do we hate HJK? Essentially, when we were with IF, we got knocked out by them twice in the same season in different European competitions, and it had happened to them before we got there with the same team as well. The red card is just one of those things, though, isn't it? Yeah, I'm putting Shakhtar on my shit list. Yeah, Em, I was going to find it, but I couldn't find the clip on YouTube. I'll have to actually, Yeah, we do have an HJK. I forgot about that one. I tried Viking. I was too confident. I've just never seen it happen quite as late as that. That was even worse than the HJK one. That is the worst stoppage time goal nonsense I've ever seen. And the reason it's made worse is because of the fact with the substitute bit. You just made the list. No, these are all Eurotrip quotes. I'm going to add more. I just need to go watch the entire film in Adobe Premiere and chop bits out. That's my plan anyway. I need to make them louder. Yeah, Karlstrom is still... how many caps has he actually got yet, though? I don't know if he's actually played for them yet, or whether he's just... No, he's actually not got a cap yet. Shakhtar appeared. You be careful. They'll screw you. That's a good question, actually. Yeah. Who was it we were supposed to bring on? It was Kitalano, wasn't it, we were trying to bring on? Let me just move back to the other one so I can see a bit better. Yep. The game seems to believe that he did play. But it doesn't count him having actually played any minutes in Europe. I mean, I can find out properly if I go to his stats. Right. No, there's another one where you can see... It's on comparison, isn't it? Let me just dump in a random guy, and then I can look at his statistics and filter it by continental. Yeah, no minutes, but he has technically played. Oh, on form. You're right. Yeah, that's the one. So... he was an unused substitute that came on. Any of the above, Viking? Any suggestions? It depends on what you're into, really, Shane. Like, you want it to be not so far down that... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, good. The Scouse vultures are circling us. I was worried this might happen. £3 million. Right, firstly, we'll stall, obviously. It's because we didn't get through. I feel like if we'd got through, that is a really shitty bid for like what is quite clearly one of our best players. Also, fucking hell, Bentancur moving to Juventus. No, from Juventus to Man City for 72 million. Benefits of stalling is that you don't have to deal with them immediately. The reason that I stall is because if you reject it now, then you have to deal with them now. Whereas the longer you can put it off, the less bids they get a chance to make, essentially. Particularly as the first couple of stalls can give you like a week of time. That's the reason I do it. Particularly when I've already agreed that the player's going to stay and they keep putting bids in. If you just keep rejecting them, you just have to keep dealing with new news articles. Oh, have we got a shit list? Norwich, Rakov, Neil Lennon, HJK. Yeah, Kieran Tierney can go. Don't forget Amin Sarr. Right, here we go. Group stage. We are seeded 4th. Oh. This is true, Viking. I once stalled a van on a motorway while I was in a traffic jam and managed to get the whole thing restarted without actually slowing down. So that was good. Hotel. Runefog. Thank you for the follow, man. Yeah, we're still full. Well, we don't have enough... No, because if I negotiate, then we sell them, and I'd rather not sell our best players. Like, at the end of the day, notice how nothing's happened with the Asare thing just yet. I will always try to not... The only time I'll ever offer out a player that I want to keep is because I have no choice. There's plenty of time left in here, for the moment, anyway. Nah, Kike, that to me is just cheating, because the game, you're literally abusing the game mechanics in order to not get the player sold, and for me, there's no fun in that. But hey, each to their own, of course. Like, I'm not saying that people who do that are, like, bad in any way. It's just not something I do, because it's not fun for me. If I lose a player, I lose a player. Right, here we go. So, I mean, what is our... just want to make sure you can see. So, yeah, you can see us. We actually have the lowest coefficient in the entire thing, because obviously, yeah. We've only had one season in Europe in this save, and it wasn't even last year. Right, here we go. Yep. Let's crack on. Automatic draw. Let's see where we end up. It's going to be a while before we actually get drawn out. But yeah, well, to be fair, they would have played in Europe more, Pulse. Like, over a few seasons, and besides, we still get loads of money for playing in the Europa League. We still get to play a load of Europa League games and potentially get some money out of those. I still think a lot of the teams that we might get in our group are beatable. We may have a worse coefficient, but that doesn't mean we're a worse team. Over 5 years, you'd get a much better idea, but we've only had one European season, so it's really hard to judge. Trying to think which group we'd want to get and which one to avoid at this point. Bruges and Kiev is pretty good. Rangers and Slavia Prague, maybe. Arsenal, Feyenoord, not good. Group B, oh, maybe not. Wow, Monaco are pot 3. They must have missed some Europe. I'm liking Group F at the moment. Oh, wow. Okay. Bloody hell. A. Oh, okay. A isn't that bad. I feel like teams like Olympiacos and Lille, more Olympiacos, are the sort of teams you end up playing in a Champions League playoff anyway. That's true. We could get into the Conference League. And I think there's a strong chance in this group that we could do that. I think that's all right, actually. Like, I think we could give any of these teams a game on our day. I think there's a strong chance of either qualification or at least third place. I think two games against Cluj. I think we can get 6 points from that. Silent Hawk with a 7-month resub. Thank you very much, my friend.
Get in there.
Absolutely, mate. How are you, man? Thank you so much for the resub. That's awesome. Oh, dearie me. Yeah, if you are new to my streams and you've enjoyed what you've seen today, do drop a follow. That'd be lovely. We stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and usually at the weekends as well on one of the weekend days. Oh, no, we've done that, haven't we? Right, well. When is the games, or do we not know yet? No, we don't. Not just yet. I think that's the best group we could have got. Out of those, anyway. I'll certainly take it, for sure. Right, Tajay Larsenberg is going to need a little talking to. When is our first Europa League game? Oh, so we're going to get this in... Yeah, easily today, I thought. Oh, no, you're right. Unlundalu. There he is. Oh, he's at Cheltenham now. Not even on... Wow. He's worth £2 million, but playing for Cheltenham. What league is Cheltenham in? Oh, hang on. Are they like a championship? Holy shit. He's contracted to Cheltenham, like full-time. He's not a loan player, and yet he's worth £2 million in League 2. Holy shit. I don't know. My hatred for Shakhtar is multiplied by the fact that they clearly paid off the ref to not allow us to make 3 substitutes. And that kind of corruption just will not stand for me. So that's why they're on the shit list. Oh, yeah, that's almost certainly what happened. But the fact that he's worth so much money in League 2 is actually impressive. Obviously, we don't know much about him, of course. But still, I haven't seen it be that good before. That's impressive. Fair play, Dan Unlundalu. 2 matches there. Right, we've got a fight on our hands in order to win the league this year. Because Rosenborg are no mugs. Like, we may have a 16-point gap to Vålerenga, but Rosenborg are doing some decent stuff. And Mulder's still struggling. Christensen literally could be in a relegation fight this year. Obviously, the Big Sad doing their thing. What's happened so far? So we've just been knocked out of the Champions League, Great Dane, by a goal in the 93rd and 94th minute. And in that match, the game glitched out and wouldn't let us make our 3rd sub. So, needless to say, we're feeling a bit aggrieved. I might just take part in case there's any loan signings that we need to make. I find that by taking part, you're more likely to get offers for your players on loan. Playing through a kilo of peanuts. That's the kind of attitude I'm here for. Of course he's not going to be registered. He's like an 18-year-old who's not amazing. Actually, his marking isn't bad. He's developed into quite a strong player, to be fair. Who's he wanted by? Viking. If they come in for a loan, I'll happily get him out. How Helsing will do, I don't know. We wouldn't really know because we don't have Sweden turned on. To buy the DLC for the 3rd sub. Good point. Have we got him on our... I mean, we actually could register him, in fairness. So, like, we've got a spare slot. We may as well put him in it anyway. Just an extra player to have around. Since he can. Drogba time then. Basically, yeah. Oh, here's that guy. I'm okay with this. Because these are other Norwegian sides and I don't really want to get in the way. Despite how good he is, I don't want to get in the way of other Norwegian sides signing him. If it was a foreign side, I would step in and try to take him away from them, but I'm actually happy to let them do what they want with that. I'm just glad he's staying in Norway, you know? Ah, they did. They rigged the game against us. Oh, and that's Sverker Mæler. I think this is just guys that we had on our shortlist from before. Oh. I mean, like, don't get me wrong. He's fine. He's scored a lot of goals in the under-19s, but he's actually not that good. Oh, God, here we go. Right, well, now we're going to have to... This is, Don't try and get him free. Not really, because I'd rather him go to another Norwegian side at this point. Like, this is one of the few opportunities I'm going to get at this stage in the save in order to help the other sides out, and I'd much rather him go somewhere else right now. Yeah, we're going to have to get the crowbar out. I can feel it. Press conference, don't care. Naturally. Okay. I love that it doesn't even give you the option here, so we're going to have to do this ourselves. Right, Kent. You are the man. Do your thing. Drive past his house. Have a chat. Sit him down. Eat a little bit of lutefisk together. And the best thing about this as well, chat, and this is the most important thing, we have £4 million in the bank now, so the board aren't going to be so trigger happy as far as selling players from out underneath us, because the only reason they think they were doing that is because we were too close to the red. Now, and particularly once we actually get into the group stage per se, although I think we've already got that money, we should be okay. Best tips for building a nation challenge. I mean, the best tip would be to just focus on you first. Always take over a club that aren't big yet, because that way you can add a new big team to the nation. English transfer window ends, I think, pretty soon, actually. How do we find out? Do we check on the Premier League and look there? Because that seems to be the only issues we're having so far. Oh, we can't, can we? Because there's no rules available. It might be around about here as well. We might get lucky. Now's a good time to extend his contract. Maybe, but I don't think it honestly is. We've got, like, 3 years left on it. The only thing we'd be able to get is 1 more year on it at the moment. And we've got him to agree to stay. I might just hold off for a minute. We'll see. I think I have, Obo. I think that happened on my Spurs save. We played over 60 games in my Spurs save in 1 season. Oh, yeah, neck. Yeah. Imagine if they actually let us. They actually will. Can I, by any chance, go... Ah, not quite. They just seem to want to farm him out to us every single season. Like, 2k a month. We're going to pay £38,000. Wait, isn't that end of this season? Oh, no, it's 12 months, so that's fine. Right? Because I'm a bit concerned that if I hit end of season, it will be this season. Even though it's after 12 months. I'm a bit concerned about that. Optional future fee. The problem is I don't want to piss them off just yet in case they cancel the loan. We can't afford for them to say no. Yeah, he's basically... Do you reckon he could declare for Norwegian? Oh, here we go. The loan will go through on the next transfer window starting there. Whereas this one... No, it's the same, isn't it? Loan will end 24. Oh, no, that... Oh, God, yeah, look at that. It does make a difference. Yeah, that's very confusing because they put end of season after 12 months, making you think that it's a longer period of time, but it's not. 12 months it is then. Hopefully this will actually work. Okay, good. I'm not going to do a clause for like buying him just yet because I don't want to risk not getting the deal done, frankly. That is very strange, yeah. Giordano, I might try and loan him again as well, actually. What do you reckon? Do you reckon we'd be able to get Am I spelling Giordano wrong? No, I'm not. Do you reckon we could get the neck to declare for Norway? Like, how sick would that be? Getting him to actually declare for Norway instead of Portugal. Are they going to let us do it? Ah. Hang on. Let me just firstly do that again. Let me just see if they take like 10k. Because it would only be 300,000. I just want to see. Not if it came up anytime soon, Ampadu. Like later in the save, maybe. But not anytime soon. It would just be distracting and it wouldn't actually be helping the save. So Viggo's going to Mulder. That's fine. No, yeah, becoming Norwegian is very difficult. In fact, we could see it's like 10 years or something, isn't it? I think that's 8 years. No, that's not 10. It's not 10 years. It's like 8 or 7 years. It's a while. At least it doesn't have to be consecutive. It's accumulative. But yeah, he would probably take. I love that he. Oh, by the way, notice he's actually from Funchal. He's from Madeira as well. Yeah, if he kept him long enough, it could happen. Yeah, go for it, Smithy. 7 years. So he's been here, what, 3 now? Yeah, so he's had 3 years on loan. Imagine if we loaned him for 7 years and then he became Norwegian. How old is he now? So he'd be 26. The thing is, though, I just don't think he'd get in the Norway squad as far as a striker goes. Think about who he'd be behind in the Norway squad, particularly in a few years' time. Do they accept it? Nice. I'll happily pay for that. I know it's a bit extra, but, like, I think he's been worthwhile enough this year, particularly if there's a new patch that will make fullbacks play normally again. We could probably get a lot more out of Ugo, and I think he's been decent so far. That's fine. No, he's not leaving anytime soon. And the next going to come in. I think it's 2028 his contract's up. Oh, actually, it's not as bad as I thought. So 2 more well, 1.5 years. So we could potentially pick him up midway through the 3rd season. Would he clarify as homegrown? No, he was 19, wasn't he, when he signed? I was just thinking if there was a way we could get him as homegrown. Oh, what's happened here? Oh, damn, that is tight at the top. Oh, sorry, for a second I thought you were Lech. You could still get it, though. Oh, yeah, they got match fixing. Oh, you're right, they did, didn't they? That's kind of cool. Not that it happened, but just the game considers that, you know? Yeah, who is this guy? This is, the neck is Henrique Araujo. Tromso extend the next loan. A fan favourite. Yes, mate. I think we'll end up getting him on a free transfer. I just don't see Benfica extending his contract unless they feel like they can make any money out of it. And the fact is, they're not asking us for loads of money for us to loan him. I'd be more concerned if they were.
So I tell the swamp donkey to sack it before I give her a tonk in the tradesman's entrance and have a lick me yarbles.
Dupaloop, thank you for the follow, man. I hope you're having a lovely afternoon. Yeah, so can't think of any. Yeah, to be fair, I can't think of any. There's Erling something. I don't know. I'm hoping there's going to be a patch soon, Townikers. That's all I'm saying. Because if they could just sort the key tackle thing. Stuart James, thank you for the follow, man. What leagues? Just Norway. I have Norway and then the Norwegian first and second division. However, I am using this database setup in order to allow the other leagues. Obviously behind Torre Andre Flo. Oh yeah, of course. Goes without saying. Right, we're going to have to rotate here. Not that much. Although actually, to be fair, there's no point in risking Ovalar here when we really don't need to. Cordoba, Dorland, Larson. Oh, just as well he's here then, isn't it? Asore, Holman, Antonsen. I mean, at least there's a few more options available now, but they just need to rest some of them, unfortunately. Giordano. To be fair, I could put Lingbo in there. It's not ideal, but because we're playing Mulder. So, just to clarify, Jamumi on loan from us.
I open my own hotel.
Martial arts ads. Thank you for the follow, man. I do, loafers, but there's a reason why they don't. I'll show you. I showed this in the latest Bolton episode because some people are still a bit confused as to why it's happening. So here's the reason why your defenders don't get good ratings. Notice how the key tackle page is blank because it's not actually recording them. Sandberg's knackered. Wait, where's Sandberg? Oh, is he up front? Shit. Oh, yeah, he is. He cannot start here. I might just have to put Kitolano up there. And then... Oh, wait, no, hang on. Let me just think about this. Like that. Then like that. There we go. So have Serrano up front, Asari on the left, and Kitolano on the right. I think that's the best bet for that one. As much as Serrano can do with the rest as well, we've got to play someone. They're a good side who are underperforming, is the best way to talk about Mulder. Like, they've got a lot of players on loan from us, basically. I think they've got 4 now on loan from us. So, Onana and... Oh, yeah, they have, haven't they? Maybe they're arrested, too. Like, they were up towards the top of the league last year, and, yeah. Right, we're good to go. I hate the fact that when you do this, it always takes you back to team selection. I miss being able to just submit teams straight from that. Larsenberg's at the end. Hello, Alex. How are you, man? Go to match. We're okay. Just got screwed out of the Champions League, but other than that, we're okay. We're recovering. Pump fists. They're not in good form, are they? I'm going to see how... It does seem to react quite well, but it might just be because I'm getting more of a relationship with the players because we've been here longer. Yeah, they've got 4 players on loan for us. Hey, to be fair, maybe they're doing us a favour. Having 4 of our own players start against us in this game would be quite bad, really, particularly if they were to do something against us. Unlike that guy we loaned to Lillstrom a few years ago who got sent off when he played against us. That was the ultimate bro move. Asare's in there. That's definitely not a foul. Yeah. Go on, Odin. But we do need to keep continuing towards... Oh, it's just going to let him all the way through. Oh, good hit. Europa League group is Lille, Olympiacos, and Cluj. So not bad. Could have been a lot worse. I think we've got a good chance of progressing through that group. Or at the very, very least... Oh, as Kitolano slams us in front. At the very, very least, Europa Conference League knockouts. So, all in all, still pretty happy with that. But I'm still a bit miffed at the way that we went out of the Champions League. Because I do still feel a bit hard done by. About the fact that that glitch happened. Because you just wonder, was there to be, you know, a fresh player on that right? Maybe he could have tracked back and made a block. I don't know about top of the group, but teams like Lille and Olympiacos are the sort of teams that I would have expected to face potentially in a Champions League playoff. And we've done okay in those, so I definitely think there's a chance for us to qualify. I don't know about topping the group. I think Lille might well be the team for that, but hey, we'll see. Oh, what a ball from Larsenberg. Oh, and lovely work. Serrano, come on, score your first goal for us. Oh, just trickles wide. That reminds me. Someone remind me after this match to check out the other... Oh, bloody hell. To check the other Norwegian team's progress in Europe. I'm curious. We don't know why it didn't make the sub, Misty Elves. It's just a game glitch. We made the sub in like the 77th minute and it just never actually came... He never came onto the pitch. And in the end of the match, it claimed that he'd been subbed on for himself. Very strange. It's an error I've seen a couple of times already, but it's very annoying when you end up conceding 2 goals in stoppage time in a game where you've had a sub not happen. Particularly as both of them... Oh no, one of them came from that right-hand side. Yeah, I've seen it a couple of times before. It's been a while, but I have seen it. Frustrating, but it happens, but what can you do? Oh, you're right. It was the 55th minute. The only reason it counted as the 77th minute was because I tried to do it again, didn't I? And then it said that it was the 77th minute, but it still didn't happen. You're right. It was a lot earlier than that. So we ended up playing the last, basically most of the second half after I should have made a sub, but it wouldn't let me. So, yeah, a very tired right winger, sadly. Playing well. Could do with a second goal just to ease the nerves a little bit here. And that's not to say that would we have made that sub, we'd have won that match or anything. Of course not. But I like to think that it would have given us a better chance at defending down that right-hand side if we had a player that could, you know, stand up. But anyway, we must move on. I look forward to one day absolutely smashing Shakhtar and everything will be made A-okay by that. Oh, there's a long-range strike coming up here. I can feel it. Someone's going to score a banger. Nice. Rizma. Rizma's done okay feeling... Oh, dear. Serrano's not been great in front of goal, actually, considering his rather good attributes for that role. They are a bit dead, aren't they? But, like, we're so lacking in players at the moment. And the real problem we've got so far with this is that we can't rotate that much in the league because we're only allowed to register a certain number of players. So there's not a lot of room for rotation. Oh, God. Larsenberg is having a terrible day, which is weird considering we're on a clean sheet, but whatever. I might actually get Ovalar on for a little bit. And then Holm for Sandberg, I guess. Oh, wait, hang on. No. Wait. Serrano has to come off, really. He's too knackered. Yeah, that's fine. We'll save the other sub for now. Just make some simple ones. Give Ovalar a little run out. Plus, the other thing is, like, if that sub wasn't going to happen, I could have just cancelled it and brought Fernando Ovalar in. Oh, God. Oh, God. I wish goalkeeping AI... It does need a little bit of work, I think. Like, what exactly is the goalkeeper doing there? He just sort of, like, goes towards it and then, like, what is he scooping up there? I don't... What exactly is he trying to do there? God, I've seen so many goalkeeping horrendousness in the last 2 days of recording and streaming. You have no idea. All of which cost me points in both saves, but that's just how it goes. I don't know. I think I would have been just as annoyed in 2D. Wow. Didn't we just bring Catalano on? Oh, screw it. We'll get Lasse Nilsson on for it.
Voltaire contracted syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
Harley Boyd. Thank you very much for the follow, man. Hello, Em. You right? What up? Ah.
And Matt, I've played over 40 hours of Hades.
God, Em's played over 40 hours of Hades. That might actually be more than me, you know. Like, that's legit insane. What's his rushing out stats? I think 0?
I've done nearly 100 runs as well.
That's a lot of runs. It's more than me. Oh, that's them, not us. His rushing out is... Where is it? 8. Whilst not extreme, you'd still expect him to either make a decision somewhere, you know? Unless it's 1, then there's no excuse. Oh, are they on the wrong sides? Oh, they are, aren't they? Because of the way the systems work. Yeah, you're right. They're completely on the wrong feet. Yeah, basically exactly that, Ollie. She did play something else the other day. I think it was Animal Crossing, probably. Risma. Oh, Nilsson! Oh, what a finish. Lasse's first goal of the season. Lasse come home at Tromsø 2, Molde 0. 1. We needed that. Particularly as we need to get a couple of league wins just to stabilise things and hope that Rosenborg do the trick. Hello, Slugs. How are you, man? Is this going to ruin somebody's bet if this one goes wrong? Nice little assist, though. And that's a really nice finish from Lasse. Ironically, his last action playing for the right-hand side, yeah. Yeah, I suppose he's sort of behaving like an inside forward at that point, isn't he? It would still only put us 3 points clear, incredibly, despite this ridiculous season we've been having. Our league form is going to be like a record points tally at this rate and still not end up actually... Oh, another goal. Well, I think we might be in for that in a second. Sandberg. We're building up to something here. I can feel it. It'll probably be a Molde goal, though. Our goalkeeper will boot one into his own net again. Ovalar, Asare, Risma. Oh. Oh, just wide. We are fucking huge. That we are, Ollie. That we are. But not huge enough to be in the Champions League anymore, sadly. God, look at this. We're going to be 19 points above Vålerenga at this rate. What on earth's going on in the Bodø game, by the way? I saw a lot of red. I'm guessing it was injuries, but... Is Asare's suspension going to carry over into the Europa League, or is that only Champions League? Oh, what a ball. Blocked. Oh, come on, block it. That's fine, that's fine. They're not going to get anyone out there for that. So they've had 2 red cards. That's is that Uwe Rosler's son? Yes, it is. And 2 injuries for Bodø as well. How are Rosenborg getting on? Oh, they're in that game. Idiot. Oh, well. At least it was only... At least it's only a 1-match ban because it was a second yellow. Or Ovalar's through to wrap it up. And the dink. Yes, Fernando. My man. 31st goal of the season for Ovalar. What a god. He's probably going to bang 40 in all comps again this season. The guy is absolutely unstoppable. And now that he's got that new contract, he's here till 2028. So, with theory, could have another 4 years out of Fernando. That's without any more contract extensions. I think he's only going to continue to get better. He is an absolute dreamboat of a man. It's 3-1. Is there a chance for more, though? That is the question. Let's finish him off. Thank God our goal... Oh, Rosenborg have been equalised against. Juninho... Oh, that's beautiful news. Excellent news. That's a really strong performance. But that's not the key thing here. The thing that matters the most is what happened in that game. 95th minute equaliser from Bodø means that we now move 5 points clear at the top and are finally starting to get a little bit of a gap back. Norwegian teams in Europe. Good stuff. Right, let's crack on. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Oh, yay! We did it. We beat Lillestrøm and are finally back to the top of this league. With our plus 125 goal difference, we finally managed to claw our way to the top. They could legitimately get 108 points now and lose this league. Dreamy, dreamy, boat, boat. Hell yeah. Right, let's check out the other Norwegian sides. I have my high hopes. They were all in the ECL. Let's firstly just see if there's any in here. I have hopes, but I'm not sure. No. Danish team. No. Oh, you useless bastards. Ah, it's nice to see you as always, Witty. Right, well, that's gone well, hasn't it? They're all on the league path. Did anyone get here? So Rosenborg were beaten by Boavista. Bodø were beaten on penalties by Braga. Well, they all just knocked out by Portuguese teams. And Molde were knocked out 6-0 by Stade Rennais. Ah, dear. You've missed us get absolutely screwed, Charlie, in the Champions League, sadly. We do have very good facilities, yes. Some of the best, in fact. Arsenal are the current holders. That makes a lot of sense. No, that was Aalborg. I'm fairly certain it was RB. Oh dear. Yeah. So, that's not great, but at least all three of them were right on the cusp. They must have gained some points because they don't start in this round. So that might help us. I think the coefficient would have at least taken a bit of a bump from that. It's certainly better than they did before. I mean, evidence right there. Look, we're already at 4.25 for the year, and we've not even played any group stage games yet. So we're already on for a better season and are going to step up in the... Ooh, there's a chance for us to make some serious progress here. We're right in this little bunch of teams now. There's a good chance for us to potentially, if we have a good run in the Europa Conference League and just get a few wins, we could actually boost our coefficient quite a bit this year and maybe overtake 2 or 3 of these teams. That's nice. Oh, dear. They're winning the league because of less losses. Oh, my God. Imagine it losing it to that. Got a shed and an outside loo. Very likely there is an outside loo for sure. Right, let's check out HJK. Oh, yeah, we can look at their schedule, can't we? So they... get wrecked. Čukarički Stankom beat them. You love to see it. They beat... Oh, there's Risky, of course, the man who's broken my heart many times. So they beat Crusaders 5-1, but then they lost to Čukarički. That's good news. Happy to see that. I don't have opposition instructions for... Oh, wait, sorry. I just do, like... hang on. So, pressing intensity on wide players and strikers and central midfielders, and then just show onto weak foot for everyone. That's all I do. How Villa got in? I don't know. Can we? I don't think we can really see that. How would we know how they got in? I guess it has to have been through the league, but I don't think we'll ever be able to actually see that. Unless there's a way that you can... I don't know. If you can tell me how we can check, then I'll happily have a look. But I don't think you can check unless we can see the actual league tables. Yeah, but it's some points, I suppose. History? Oh, yeah. No, because you can't see this page. Because the league's not switched on. So all we can see is, like, the fact that they exist. Unfortunately. I mean, we can see their schedule in the fact that they've played against Norrköping to get through. With Anwar Al-Ghazi scoring... Oh, no, Alfie Muir and Aaron Ramsey. That's a different Aaron Ramsey, of course. Yeah, they don't track it unless you have the league switched on. So their group's got Ludogorets, Luzum, Arsenal, Tula. So there we go. Yeah, my apologies for that, Dom. It's just not one of the things they let you track, unfortunately. Christensen want Freddie Raban. Wait, hang on. Sorry, what? Where's he playing currently? He's on loan at Fleur. Wait. I'll let the Doff handle that, but that's weird that... I thought he already had a contract. Or has he been there an extra year? You can check the cups, but I imagine they probably, unless you saw a sudden random cup there, that they probably just got in through the league. Yeah, I'd love, as much as I'd like to, Lilstrom, not something we can really do. Oh, we actually got a New Year deal. 1 year. Oh, cheers for that, Doff. Oh, they won. Oh, that sucks, Smithy. Yeah, we can't loan out Rizma right now. We need him as a backup striker. I'm actually not opposed to doing this as much as I hate Odge. Because, like, is he ever going to play for us again consistently? Probably not. And it's a chance to give another, as much as it is odds, and I do dislike them, I don't really see the point in, other than that he's Norwegian. I don't know, what do you reckon? Should we sell him? Not for this amount. Obviously, I'd boost him up a little bit. I use the RDF training schedules, Mr. Yells, which you can get off of FM Scout. That's how I do my training anyway. That's pretty good, though, Smithy. Like, highest ever in the first season ain't bad, is it? Something to be proud of regardless. Like, I'm still proud that we got to that stage of the Champions League, despite us going out in horrible form. Like, what I would do is I'd up this and I'd add a... if I was to actually sell him, I would do a 50% profit and next sell fee clause like that. And then do like 60 up front like that. Well, you mean 100 up front? Or like 100 total? Because 100 up front would be a bit much. 100 up front, we're looking at 155k, unless I remove these. But if I can get it to like 100 total, I'd probably be okay. Because they probably won't go for it all up front, because they probably don't have the transfer budget for it. What about 105? Just offer them 50. What about that? Yeah, I don't think they were ever going to do... If they wouldn't accept 100k in total, then they weren't going to do it with it all up front. No chance. That's a shame, but how well. If they really wanted him, they'd bid for him, wouldn't they? Oh dear. Oh dear. Lots of fines in there. That's not ideal. So now we've got a little break too before the Vålerenga game. Transfer deadline passed. Okay, that's good. Sort of. Because I think that means we might be safe for losing someone like Sandberg, which is key. Oh, no, I didn't bother updating the logo pack for that. Like, it's not the sort of thing I care about particularly. We're barely ever going to see the logo. I didn't even know they had. If they come back in, we'll talk. But, like, if they wouldn't even let us put it up to 500k, I mean, I'm never going to want to buy him back. So a buyback fee would be kind of pointless to me at that point. We're only going to get better, and he's not going to be good for us now or really in the future at this point. Full league table. So Christensen in the relegations, and plus he'd end up playing in the second tier at this point. Well, Christensen really do look in a bit of trouble here. Depends on how good the team that's in the playoff spot in the second tier is, as things stand. We're 21 points from falling out of the Europa League, the European spot, so that's definitely a sign of us moving in the right direction. Oh, the stages. And we've only conceded 11 goals, which by our standards is actually pretty good, considering we're usually the type of team that is likely to win like 4-2 or 5-3. We seem to have cut out the number of goals we're conceding, more so than before, which is good. 11, plus I think Karlstrom's probably on for assists. They won the series. They won it in our second season, Charlie. But they have kind of struggled ever since then, sadly. 61 in 21. Who's got 61 in 21? Wait, what? What we're looking at here? Or we're looking at conceded? I'm not sure what goal. Oh, points? Oh, you mean the goals? Right, sorry, my bad. Yeah. So we've scored 50 in we've scored 50 in 21 games. That's our current total goals is 50 in 21. Not sure at the moment, Danny. What FA Cup matches are on TV? That's the real question. It will come down to that probably. Because I do want to figure that out. Oh, new 5-year sponsorship worth... Oh, is that total? I mean, it's money, isn't it? But I can't imagine it's... Oh, no, it's per year. It's extra income. Can't go wrong with that. We've got a lot of sponsorship deals on the table, don't we? Jesus. Albeit... Actually, some of them are okay, but they're for a very long time. Yeah, I'm not sure what day I'm going to stream at the weekend at the moment. I have to see what day certain FA Cup games are on. Yeah, they did, Pulse. We are allowed to play in Europe on it. Okay. Well, more importantly, what games are on like during the stream? Wait, what? We're in... Oh, God. Oh, it doesn't matter, does it? Because he's already agreed to stay. So we can just reject these. And it's the last day. I think this must be the last day of the window because we've got no option to stall. Was there a 9 million in there? Yeah, no, I know they're all on TV, but like which one, like what games are on during when I would be streaming? That's what I'm trying to work out. It goes good, Darth Indictus. To be fair, we're doing okay. No. God, everyone's in. This is where I'm interested to see, like, he is clearly very good and is only going to get better. I understand their interest. 3 PM games are irrelevant because I wouldn't be streaming during those anyway. What was the deal when you get 100 subs? What do you mean, Mandar? Hang on, Tottenham want your nan?
You came in summer. In winter, it can get
What the
very depressing.
That's strange. It's okay, Darth Indictus. It doesn't actually appear in my feed if you've already been followed. That way people can't just spam it up and down.
They are building it now.
Kike and Logistic. Thank you for the follows, guys. It's weird. Spurs are in for your nan. That's not what I expected to see. Yeah, he's not on, like, large money because we got him on a contract really quickly. That was 1,000, Mandar, not 100. Believe me, if it was 100, I'd have done that about 8 months ago. How I do what, Darth Vindictus? Yeah, I wonder what they would play in. Hey, Millie, how's it going, man? I'm hoping that your nan doesn't kick up a fuss here. Saturday stream it is. Oh, great. Your nan's in trouble now. Right. We'll just get... wait, is he going to be allowed to? Yes, he is. Okay. It's fine. We're sending around the crowbar. It's all good. Europa League group... Conference group is Lille, Olympiacos, and Cluj. Largy with the 4-month resub. Thank you very much, man. How's it going?
Hope you're well, Matt SYC Norway.
Thank you, man. Thank you so much for the resub. Is my button broken? Oh, no. There we go. Yeah, it was 1,000. 1,000 was to bleach my hair. Pink would be quite fun, though. I once accidentally had pink hair. Hate it when your nan's in trouble. I know. It's sad times for the whole family. Stop spamming and follow. It should just be automatic. Like, Twitch doesn't let people follow and unfollow and trigger notifications every single time. So, once you followed, and it doesn't ever trigger the notification for follows anymore after that, as far as I know. Finishing my Dortmund save, lost to Liverpool with the Champions. Oh, no, that's... Oh, you won the league, though. It's something, I suppose. The waxing stream will be when we can figure it out, basically. Because I want it to be good rather than just me sat here on my face cam how it's set up, because you wouldn't be able to see anything properly. It wouldn't look great. Yeah, Vaughn, I had to. Twitch being Twitch again. It was just like, I'm preventing a problem in the future. And he's done it again. He's done it again. Kent is genuinely the master negotiator. He's the man. He's read the art of the deal 1,000 times. This man is... Kent knows it all. Ooh. Oh, no. They're still after... 9.5 million. Okay, these are some big... Uh-oh. 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 Oh, no. Will you fuck off the board? This is ridiculous now. We have money. Why do they keep doing this? Right. Why that one in particular as well? I'll be great in a minute, Largy, if we get away with this. He's a full international. He's not. That's a lie. Why is it they always say that? They are so stupid. It's not even the highest fucking bid. Hopefully, that's going to be enough that... Yeah, Liverpool literally offered more money. Are they actually nuts? This is up there with the... Oh, God, are you joking? Are you joking? The board are actually at the lake house. I'm glad we kept the lake house emote for this exact scenario. My guess is this is the last day of the window, though. If we just get out of the window without it. Spurs make Yunan offer. Yunan doesn't want to leave now. The board are actually trying to... What? You can't put release clauses in contracts in Norway, Mike. You're not allowed. It's against the law. Fucking hell. Jesus, they really are, like, trying to ruin the club, aren't they? Set the price, Matt. What price? Why the hell... Oh, yeah, I hate when they do that. You're right. I forgot they sneakily do that, don't they? They sneakily change the asking price for the player. Wait, hang on. Did they say no? God, they are fucking... Oh. But note how they do this in a time where we're not in a transfer window, meaning we can't even sign a replacement. They are fucking annoying me now. Because, literally, we can't even replace the guy. Don't suppose we've got a... No. Could try that, I guess. No. What a joke. Ask to renegotiate. You can't. There was no option to renegotiate. When they turn it down the second time, you don't get the option to renegotiate it either. Because why does that make any sense, by the way? Why is it when they turn it down twice, you can no longer renegotiate the deal? That doesn't make any sense to me. Great. Cheers for that, you fucking arseholes. Oh, good. We get to register players, do we? Be a shame if we didn't have enough. What kind of board would behave like that in real life? Like, oh, actually, that's not... Don't answer that. We know there's plenty of them that would. Where the hell are they all? Is that because of international break? Yeah, it is. Okay. Let's just make sure this is all good. Why does he keep taking our backup goalkeeper out of the team, even though... I know he doesn't have to be registered, but, like, we might as well. That's the second Spurs player. Sorry, it's the second time they've done this to This is the second time Spurs have been the team that have actually got the board to sell. I know, your nan's going to have to adjust to abroad. Yeah, this is true. Remember, we've got our own... We've got the Norwegian Ed Woodward. I'd say, honestly, FM Perds, I'd say the match engine's looking worse and worse by the day at the moment. That latest... The most recent patch a couple of weeks ago has made the match engine distinctly worse than it was before. So yeah, bear in mind, that was our starting fucking centre-back, and now we have no transfer window to actually replace the guy. So we're not even in a window. We're not allowed to sign players, but the board just sold our player from us. So we now have no starting centre-back, which means Bibby's going to have to play there. Oh. Just how it is. Yeah, but it doesn't make sense that that would be how it is. Free transfers. Well, I don't think we can even bring in free transfers. And they would also have to be registered. So we would have to bring in... That would have to be... Oh, no. That would... Yeah. No, we actually could get away with... I don't know. I don't think we're even allowed to sign free transfers. Honestly. Yeah. Yeah, Yonan was sold to Spurs. He'll never play. The worst thing about it is we don't even get to... Yeah, we can still change the league squad registration as far as I know. This, as far as I know, is flexible. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. I think the league squad one is pretty flexible. But when I say worse, I mean since the latest update. It was great to start with. The latest update, firstly, has made it so that defenders, like wingbacks, don't actually do anything anymore. It feels like the tackling has been severely reduced to the point where players are just missing things left, right, and centre. But that's the main factor. It just doesn't look as fun to watch anymore as it did originally. Now, obviously, there's an element of the newness was perhaps a factor in that, but I definitely think it's taken a step backwards. And some of the issues that were in it before haven't even been fixed. But what I would say is with that comes the fact that the devs at SI care about this just as much as we do, and I know for a fact they would have been pulling their hair out over the fact that issue with the key tackles happened, so they care just as much as we do, and I think that's important to remember. Defending doesn't exist. You'll have a player stood with the ball like underneath his legs basically, and he just will not make a tackle, and that wasn't happening before. And I think that might have been why Bolton have sort of struggled somewhat, because our high pressing play involves us winning the ball back a lot more, and we're simply not doing it. The thing is, we don't need the money to keep us afloat. We're already in Europe. We got £500,000 for every win. It's definitely an improvement over FM20 for sure. Well, I don't know. I've seen a lot of misheaders. The fullback issue is definitely the big thing. You know. Why is that Mandar? Oh, the penalties that aren't penalties as well is definitely an issue. True. Yes, agreed. The amount of penalties you see given for just really normal tackles, we cannot afford to loan him because he's probably going to end up playing backup centre-back. Who do we have loaned out? That's a good question. I don't know when the next patch will be. I have no real connections to that. I'm hoping soon, basically. That's just what I'm hoping. Right. Let's check the loans. We might be able to recall someone. So Solberg's not a defender. Onana is, but... I mean, he might be the one to call back, actually. Of those guys, I'd say it wouldn't be... He's not even playing that much for Mulder. Would it be time to replace Yonan with Onan? The Dutch guy, but he's a right winger.
Fun fact, Voltaire contracted syphilis just 2 blocks from here.
Said that. Thank you for the follow, man. How are you, mate? Hope you're having a lovely afternoon. Yeah, no, I noticed at the start, when we started playing John Ness at left back regularly, I feel like bringing Onana back would at least allow us to fill him into the squad. Exactly, we'll replace our Nan with another Nan. It isn't much of an issue. I mean, it really fucking is an issue. Because it's actually ruining the saves. Because the players are not getting what they should be. Big Jimbo! Thank you for the follow, man. I think we've got to bring back Onana. Because he can cover both positions as well. He's the only option for me. Happened to our Nan. The board sold him to Spurs for basically no money. Even though we had money in the bank this time. At least they didn't sell Sandberg. At least we got out of it without losing Sandberg. That would have been even worse, but it's still bloody annoying. Like, Breach is a central midfielder, so I think we're okay there. Jamumi's a right-sided player, so again, I think I'm going to recall Onana and then put him in the squad. Our Nan arrives, exactly.
Oh, this isn't where I parked my car.
Big Z, thank you for the follow, man. Right, okay, so Onana's back now, which means I can immediately register him because we've got a free squad slot for a foreign player now. Where is he? Where the hell is he?
Cooper, do not hate me. I am familiar with over 600.
Oh, was he in the wrong squad?
I am programmed to get freaky.
Yay, Joe! Thank you for the follow. That's oh, he's not in senior squad. Right, there we go. That's white. Registration. Maybe, but it doesn't matter, Jack, because we don't have league games in January, so it wouldn't make any difference if they are or not. That's one of the only benefits of the league structure here, is that we don't have to worry about that because we play our games through the year and not over Christmas. Okay, so Onana's coming in. Not ideal, but there we go. So, also, naturally, we've lost your Nan. Now we've got our Nan. My Traore somewhere is waking up. Jamumi is Dutch. Yeah, we got him from Ajax on a free transfer. Oh my god, Lassie. I hope it didn't fall down a well. They're about the same, so we'll just use the club dog. Got to save that £3,000, otherwise the board might sell, I don't know, my kidneys in order to pay for it. Yeah, well, at least I suppose it's going to free up another spot for another foreign wonder kid, which I guess we can keep looking for. Can he show Jamumi? Yeah, go on then. Jamumi. He's on loan, isn't he? This is him, DA Jamumi. We got one a free transfer from Ajax, and we didn't have room to fit him in the squad at the time, so we were like, screw it, we'll get him out of someone else. And there he is. That's the other thing that was annoying about it. Your Nan was going to count as a homegrown player. Oh, yeah, by the way, I should stress this as well. We barely get any of the money from that transfer deal. I think we're getting like 15% or something. How much did we actually get? It does tell us here, doesn't it? 1.3 million. It's better than it was, but it's still garbage. Unfortunately. My Traore, what a shout. Hey, Kobe FM. There he is. Oh, he's still at Songdal. Wasn't playing last time we checked. Yeah, sadly not. So screw the board, of course. Yeah, this is the thing. The board sell our players, but they barely give us any of the money as well, which kind of... It's a double whammy of nonsense, really. Yeah, I feel like Jamumi's the kind of guy that will just keep loaning out until someone wants to buy him off of us, or we negotiate like a mandatory fee that's relatively low, but it's still more than we paid. That way, we get something out of it, but they also get a player on the cheap. Because we didn't know at the time if we were going to be able to get him as homegrown or not, but he was just over 19 when he signed. Hey, Soul Sniper, I'm all right. Bit peeved at the board and the way the game's been today, but that's just how it goes. Oh, a Tromsø, let's crack on. Oh, you're joking. We just lost to fucking Sander. Why? That's really strange, considering the sort of results we're putting down. That's really weird that we just randomly lose that game. We are actually going to lose this with over 100 points and a goal difference of over 100. Oh, yeah, we're still not even at the Vålerenga game yet. We spent so much time losing our players that I didn't realise how much time had actually passed on that one. So, I might take this moment to actually save the game, because the last thing we'd want to do would be to lose the changes of all the players that we've lost today now, wouldn't it? That would be terrible. Right, save the game. Let's switch over to chat for a second, my friends. If the game would actually let me do that at all. Let us crack on and have a little look, see who's playing some Football Manager Ritaboot Nye today. Who we got? Oh, I like Joe's new badge. That's cool. It's been a while since we've raided Bully Beef. I say a while, it's been like 2 weeks. But regardless, it's about time. So, I love me a bit of Bully Beef. Polish Gamer, thank you very much for the follow, mate. I hope you guys have had a good time. Saturday morning, 11 a.m. That's going to be the next stream where we're going to get into the Europa Conference League and see what we can do. Let's go say hi to Bully. Wow, that's a lot of you. That'd be awesome if all of you went over to say hi to Bully. He's a really top bloke. Give him a chance, check him out, say hi. He's a lovely guy. And I will see you guys on Saturday. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for the bits, the subs, the follows. If you're new, drop that. That'd be awesome. And I will see you guys next time, guys. Thank you so much. I will see you soon. Love you all. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye-bye.